Everyone ready? We're all here? We are all here. All right, I'll call this October 3rd, 2022 work session to order. Roll call, please.
Dr. Campley?
Here.
Mr. Dorr?
Here.
Mrs. Evans-Brockett?
Here.
Mr. Fountain?
Here.
Mr. Keenan?
Here.
Dr. Kohler?
Here.
Mrs. Mayers?
Here.
Mr. Saylor?
Here.
Ms. White?
Here.
All right, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Looking for a motion to approve the agenda as presented. Is there a second? Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Against, nay? The ayes have it. Comments on any topic. We will start with people in the room. Jean, Jean Danboys? Did I get that right? Dandos? There we go, thank you. Just to remind everyone in the room, if you come up for public comment, you'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and what borough you live in.
Hi, my name is Jean Dandois. I'm from Trapp Borough. I'm here to express my support for keeping the education equity policy in its current form rather than accepting the updated version or editing the updated version further. I want to make it clear I'm very appreciative of the work the policy committee, the board, the administration, the task force put into this review. At the committee meeting in the minutes, there's a comment that we should accept the updates made by the task force in order to honor their work. It implies that any questions, suggestions, commentary, or disagreement with the output somehow dishonors that work, and that's not the case. We're in a review and approval process to ensure agreement, accuracy, and a clear understanding of the policy. Disagreeing with the output of the task force does not disrespect their work. Dr. Russell at the committee meeting indicated many of the removals of specificity and details was in an effort to streamline the policy. She said every item which could be a barrier, for example, can't be listed. While I understand this logic, removing examples of barriers which are already listed, such as explicit and implicit bias, facilities, personnel, and class size, would be a grave mistake, and it certainly sends a message to make that choice to remove details. During the policy committee meeting, one person made the comment that it was more important to have a policy, even one that has been watered down, than for the policy to be deleted. I can't imagine anyone here would want to delete the policy altogether, as I know everyone in this room is supportive of equity in education. But if the task force was concerned about that possibility, and there were hot button topics or definitions, they may have felt there was no alternative other than to strip language from the policy. And if some of the removals were due to protests or concerns around certain words being controversial, I'd like to address that. I looked at the PA Education Equity and Inclusion Toolkit, which I'm sure was referenced when developing the original policy. That resource has definitions for some of the words which were removed, such as cultural competency, explicit bias, and implicit bias. Deletion of these terms is concerning. Implicit bias exists. It's not fictional. It shouldn't be controversial. We shouldn't eliminate these definitions. The updates to the policy clearly water it down by removing specificity and detail. I didn't see a need to streamline the policy, and I don't think we should put any additional work on this. Due diligence has been served by the task force, and we should move forward with the policy we already have, which was unanimously approved and follows Pennsylvania guidelines.
Violet Heyman? Violet Heyman?
We're okay.
Sam? Is that Sam? Yeah. Okay. Leslie Connor?
Leslie Connor, Skip Back. I just came to show my support for the policy, and I was curious the benefit of not including all the language in the policy. And the more people feel included in school, the more involved they are in their education, and the more they can learn. If they do feel excluded, then a school isn't a safe place for them. And I don't know why you would want any children not to feel safe at school. And I just think it's kind of embarrassing that we even have to talk about not having equity and inclusion policies in a school because of some people's beliefs or political agendas. And I certainly hope that, you know, we will honor the good work of the task force that has put together such a thoughtful policy. And I mean, what's next for us? I mean, I think that some people are reaching for some type of morality and they're looking for it in religion and forced religion. I mean, why do we have to pledge allegiance to God and the flag in the beginning of this ceremony? I mean, what next? Are we all forced to go to church? Are we all forced to pray in class? Is that where this is heading? Some like Judeo-Christian version of some sort of policy that only favors, you know, a certain type of Christianity and a certain type of skin color? I don't understand what the goals of watering down a policy that includes all religions, includes all races, all cultures, all diversities, all sexual orientations, anything that anybody has in this modern time and day. And I think that there are people that want to take us back to 1800s, to 1700s, and I know I only have 50 seconds left, but I'm going a little off topic, but I just don't want to see anything happen today that will take us backwards in history for anybody's political agenda. Thank you very much.
Trina Sadler.
Trina Sadler, Skippack Township. I'm not in favor of the proposed revised educational equity policy 832. Overall, close analysis of the proposed changes to the active adopted policy is intended to make the language as vague as possible so as to make it largely inactionable and therefore meaningless, systemically remove the participation of stakeholders from the process. The current active adopted policy is a strong policy with clearly defined terms and includes all stakeholder voice and embeds accountability into it. We should not have a task force to review and revise a strong and robust policy, but we should have a task force to review district demographic, perceptions, school processes, and student learning data to develop an educational equity action plan with measurable goals and clearly defined action steps to meet the goals. We hired a coordinator of equity, inclusion, and community engagement who can lead us in this process of developing an educational equity action plan. That's the next step we need to move to as a district. The current policy is well written, and I don't think it needs to be changed at all. And I would like for it to be on the record that I would like to be I would volunteer to be a member of the task force that will be formed to write the educational equity action plan. I want to be the first person to volunteer to participate on that task force. Thank you.
Isadora Dela Cruz.
Hi, my name is Isadora. I'm from Collegeville, and I'm opposed to the policy 832 taking out a lot of the wording. So I just had kind of some questions for you guys to kind of think about. How does this policy affect or even pertain to you as a white individual, seeing as majority of our board is white? Removing the policy is removing protection for students of color. Ever since I was in school, I felt unaccepted and like the school did not really care for me as a person of color, as a student of color. And removing these very specified terms creates room for loopholes and for little sneak arounds and ways to misinterpret the real message. I just don't understand why we can't acknowledge everybody as a human being. I don't understand if there's a lack of respect and dignity for our students. I just feel like it's embarrassing that this is even a question. Why would we create obstacles in an already clear course? Some of my other points is that a lot of the students of color are going to suffer from this change because when situations arise in school, racial situations or things like of that nature, there's going to be kind of a confusion because there's no clear way to interpret the policy with the new proposed one. And I just don't understand how people of color, including myself, are supposed to feel comfortable in a school that wants to water down a policy that is supposed to protect people, protect your students. And I just think that there needs to be I think there's a lack of understanding and ignorance to the new policy. I think that leaving out a lot of the terms that help define other students, such as the gender definition, is ignorant, because if you don't understand that point of view, then how can you take that out and disregard them as a human being altogether? But I think it's best to acknowledge our students and empower them to be who they are, and I feel comfortable identifying however they please. Thank you.
Mayor White Riggins?
Good evening. I am I didn't take 3 minutes. 10 seconds there, did I? Thank you. I'm San Wright Riggins of Collegeville Borough. I'm a parent of students who have been a part of our school district for the last 31 years. I also serve as mayor of Collegeville Borough. And I'm grateful for the strides that this district has made since my daughter began as a student here in 1991. Unfortunately, she and others have described some of their experiences at the time as then exclusionary, discriminatory, fearful, and lonely. Nevertheless, I've seen some real improvements. I've seen this district harmonize in action and intent with the slogan of the borough, Collegeville, a great place to come home to. Nevertheless, as a parent and a public servant, I still have serious questions and concerns. Yes, I'm proud of the leadership of our superintendent and board members for the groundbreaking work done in the areas of equity, diversity, and inclusion. I applauded loudly the unanimous bipartisan decision of the board to adopt the current action plan in August of 2020. I celebrated that plan because it was a culmination of 3 years of separate equity task force work. I said to myself, finally, we are striving towards 2020 vision, beginning to see reality through the eyes of the other. But now it seems to me that some are not as clear and convicted about equity inclusion as they were 2 years ago. Now it seems that there are some who think that double consciousness about this matter is the more politic way to proceed, urging the language of equity, of equality, while slowly and systemically undercutting action plan language that eliminates making real equity possible. I feel that this board, and hence our children, may be taking steps backwards. I would contend that by not holistically addressing diversity, equity, and inclusion, as the current equity plan does, this board may be judged guilty of colluding with a circular agenda which permits and perpetuates systemic race, gender, and sexual supremacy, an agenda that I've been fighting for all of my adult life. Our children need to be confident that we're on their side and on the side of liberty and justice for all. I get it. There are compassionate people on this board who are considering that in light of the pushback, a revised, compromised version of the action plan appears wise. Some of you just want to be on the record of doing something, and compromising feels easier for you. You feel weary in well-doing. I appeal to you to clothe yourselves in the courageous garments of your previously articulated convictions. The question is not just what is being compromised. The more vital questions are who is being compromised and who do you want to make life easier for? Thank you.
Mayor White Riggins?
Good evening. I am San Wright Riggins of Collegeville Borough. I'm a parent of students who have been a part of our school district for the last 31 years. I also serve as mayor of Collegeville Borough. And I'm grateful for the strides that this district has made since my daughter began as a student here in 1991. Unfortunately, she and others have described some of their experiences at the time as then exclusionary, discriminatory, fearful, and lonely. Nevertheless, I've seen some real improvements. I appeal to you to clothe yourselves in the courageous garments of your previously articulated convictions. The question is not just what is being compromised. The more vital questions are who is being compromised and who do you want to make life easier for? Thank you.
Lofton? Judy Lofton?
Judy Lofton, resident of Skipack. And as I imagine the board is aware, I was a board member from 2017 to 2021. When I first came onto the board, we were made aware of incidents that were happening in our district that can really only be described as egregious. And in response to some of these incidents, our board supported Dr. Russell in starting a group called the Partnership for Equity and Inclusion. This group was intended to help bring to the surface some of the issues that had been happening in our district and forge a plan forward to address them and make our schools more accepting and inclusive for all students. This meeting, which met on a regular basis and has for several years now, is open to the public. So as part of our work on equity and inclusion, we realized that we could not address all the work within the confines of this partnership group. And our board brought in multiple consultants to work with our administration on advancing equity. At the time, I served as the board president in 2019, and Mrs. Evans-Rocket was vice president. With Dr. Russell, we attended an equity conference that was put on by PSBA that, among other topics, explored how to go about implementing a policy related to equity. A year later, when PSBA released a draft policy, it was brought forward to the June 2020 Policy Committee meeting. And then it was referred to a July 2020 Policy Committee meeting because, according to the minutes, due to the relevance of these policies, a committee meeting may be needed in July so they can be presented to the board over the summer. At that July committee meeting, the Policy Committee supported inclusion of the policy as presented by PSBA and recommended bringing it to the board for a first reading. Now, there has been some suggestion that we skip the step of having a task force. But when we discussed with Dr. Russell, do we need to do something of that nature? Her answer was, we have already done so much work in this district related to equity. We are ready for this policy now. We can move forward with this. This is something that we urgently need, and it needs to be implemented now. So no, we didn't have a task force, but nowhere in the PNN does it say that you need to have one. So it is a red herring designed to water down the policy. Thank you.
Jermaine Harris?
Good evening, board members. My name is Jermaine Harris, a parent for a couple of children that go to school in this township, and we definitely think it's our position, and that's why we're here now. Is we think that this is a watering down of the proposal. We looked at the proposal, and we're looking at what's currently in place, and the reason why we're saying that it's watered down is for several reasons. Number one, if you look at this proposal, it ignores resource allocation for the advancement of equity, and it's completely silent as to resource allocation. And certainly we know that in order to move forward with equity, we certainly think that if resources are not allocated towards advancing it, then really it's a policy that really doesn't have much teeth to it. So I haven't heard anyone talk about that, but this current proposal allows for resource allocation. The proposal doesn't. And we all know that if money is not allocated, then it really can be it's a policy that's in effect that really can't really move forward. So that's one thing. The second thing is the proposal has that the administrators, the educational equity plan, it's to address inequities, but it doesn't consider the voices of the administrators, the teachers, families, members of community in formulating the plan. So this proposal, it doesn't consider that, but the current plan that's in place, it does, the policy, it does consider that. Also, it doesn't specifically require training. Whereas what's in place now does require training in the areas of cultural competency, proficiency, bias, diversity. What the proposal is it kind of allows for administrators to have professional development. We don't know what professional development is. That's vague. It doesn't specifically talk about training in the relevant areas of cultural competency, proficiency, bias, and the like. And essentially, what we think, this policy that's in place allows for a voice of families to be heard, members of the staff to be heard. This proposal doesn't allow that. Thank you for the time for hearing me. Thank you very much.
Nico Harris? I apologize.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Jermaine's Harris' wife. We have 2 kids that attend Swanksville Elementary, and honestly, I won't spend too much time up here. I agree with everything that so far everyone who stepped up here has said. I'm strongly against the changing of the proposal. Honestly, the fact that we even have to talk about this conversation makes me emotional, because I would think in 2022 we've come so far, but have we really, is what it makes me question. And I'm so deeply saddened for my children. I could just give an example. We have twin girls, they're 10 years old, and 2 weeks into the school year, one of my daughters who loves school came home and said, I don't want to return to school anymore because she felt like they were being racist in her classroom by reading a certain books that depicts people of color in a negative light. And it made her ashamed of herself, ashamed of her family, her culture. And she said they were using an N-word. And further within this book, and it was being read out loud in the classroom. In another instance, she was at a lunch table with the same classmates that she called friends, and another kid had a banana that was turning brown, and the kid said, I don't want to eat this nasty banana, it's bad. I'm sorry, Alyssa. Is what she referred to. My daughter name is Alyssa, relating the bad banana to my daughter. So that just broke my heart, because I send my kids to school to learn, not to come home and question the sense of identity and self-worth. And I can only think that the children are not getting what they need to get at school or at home, and the book, the curriculum, allows for this book to be read inside the classroom. So when I approached the teacher or talked to the teacher about it, he said that's the way it's been done for the 28 years I've been here. Does that make it right? It's time for a change. So let's move forward, not backwards. So I'm strongly in agreement with keeping the policy the way it is. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to give a public comment?
Good evening. Robert Liggett, Perkiomen Township. I applaud the community for coming out tonight and speaking their truths. It's important, and I'm really, it warms my heart to hear that. And I'm sure that you on the board are also touched by many of the things that were being said here tonight. As usual, I'm going to take a little bit of a left turn on this. Tonight, what's before you is a simple request. It says that it's a request to approve the continued review and proposed revision of Policy 832 by the Policy Committee. That is the proposed motion. Not that all these stories are unimportant, but really it comes down to that. Are we going to continue in the Policy Committee, or are we not? That is the question that's before you tonight. Obviously, there's a lot behind this. There's a lot of passion. There's a lot of emotion. I hope that we stay focused on this, though, because it's really a matter of where and when are we going to continue this conversation. Regardless of the results tonight, the conversation will continue. I believe the Policy Committee is probably the proper place for that to happen, because we're not going to wordsmith policy here tonight with the board. I would caution you to stick with the motion that is on the agenda. Don't amend it. Don't change it. If you do decide to do that tonight, which would be within your power, I would ask that you lay that on the table until next week's business meeting, so that any changes that you guys are proposing come back to the public, so that the public can give their opinion of what this proposed change is. And I think that is very and vitally important, that we don't do a left turn and leave the public out of this conversation. If we plan on making some sort of change, just like there's amendments to the policy, that needs to come before the public, because it's vitally important that we have our voice involved in this. The second kind of request that I would make, which again is a little different, is obviously a lot of people have come out here tonight to lend their support to educational equity. I haven't heard any voices against it tonight, which also does gladden me. What I would ask is, as a courtesy to all the people that have come out tonight, I would ask that you move the governance section up in the agenda to before the education section. So you can go through your reports, go through the committee reports, and then move on to the governance section. I know that's out of order, but I just see it as a courtesy to the public. Let's hear this out, let's get this done, and then we can move on with the rest of the meeting. Thank you very much.
Anyone else wish to make a public comment? Seeing none. Student Liaisons Report. Mr. Schaefer.
Hello. You probably know me because I've been around here for a long time, but I want to introduce Miss Arshia Shabria. She's coming along with us this year. She's a junior at the high school, and so she will be helping us out on the board, and a new face, so you don't have to look at me all the time. I'll still be here, but at least you can look at somebody else. All right. It's a busy month. It's a busy week. I'm going to give you a lot of sports and school spirit stuff, and Arshia is going to hit you with some music. Not actually. She didn't bring an instrument. So this week, busy week athletically. Tonight, right now in the cold rain, the field hockey team is celebrating their senior night. On Thursday, girls tennis, boys soccer and volleyball are also all celebrating their senior night. And then on Friday, in what I would describe as the biggest game of the year, we play Springford at home for our football team's senior night. It's also teacher appreciation, so that would be a good night to come out. It's a worthwhile $5, I promise you. At the end of this week and bleeding into next week is Spirit Week. I know our students are really excited for that. We had to sort of change it this year because of some days off in PSATs, but I'm sure all of our students are really excited to get dressed up in fun costumes and show their support for the school. I did want to also bring up something that was asked maybe last meeting or the meeting before. It was regarding the dress code and what we were doing to take steps to talk about this, have a conversation. And I'm pleased to say that we are having a meeting this week, follow-up meeting about how we can move forward in addressing some inequalities in the dress code, and there's a lot of voices are going to be at this meeting, and I'm just happy that we were able to facilitate that and that's going to move along. We also have a leadership meeting this week, which Arshia will now be at, where all of the student leaders in the school will come together and voice concerns and voice positives to our principals in just a way to get student voice involved. So I'm really happy that our students can get involved in leadership and that it's not just a school where only adult voices are important. You guys are very important, don't get me wrong. But it is also equally important that our students are heard. So that's it for me. On to Arshia.
Okay, so as Matt said, I'm Arshia Chabria, and so at the beginning of November, we're starting with the fall play is starting, and it's playing from November 4th, 5th, and 6th, and it's called Puffs, and it's like a reverbal of Harry Potter and Hufflepuffs, and
That's all we got?
yeah.
That's all we got. Thank you very much.
Arshia, welcome to the group. I have no president's report. Dr. Russell, superintendent's report.
Thank you, Mr. Saylor. For this evening's report, I have 5 points that I would like to make. The first is an accolade for Middle School East and the Arboretum, and it connects to our PVSD values around partnerships. And Dr. Clune has been leading this project. He has a 5-year plan to develop the Lenape Arboretum and Muhlenberg Woods, and was recently awarded a certificate. We are apparently the only public school district that has been recognized for the Arboretum and the Muhlenberg Woods, and our dedication to replacing trees and thinking about the environment. So kudos to Dr. Clune and his team that has been working diligently in a very dedicated way on this project. Congratulations. And in a few minutes, we'll hear from Dr. Clune and some students connected to some of the work that they're doing and the projects they have ongoing as they attempt to propose to the board a naming of the circle that surrounds East. Connected, there is a celebration scheduled for Saturday, October 15th. The foundation is supporting this as well. There's a Fall Colors 5K, and we will have the Delaware Tribe of Indians joining us for this celebration, and the professional Lenape drum group called Blazing Bear. So if you're around on this Saturday morning, and there was a typo here, it's not actually 11:30 p.m., it is a.m., but it is the morning part of the day. There's a 5K race if you're interested, and then some neat things happening connected to the work Dr. Clune has been leading with the Delaware Tribe of Indians, so we look forward to that. Talking about future readiness, we've been trying to focus, I want to call out some of the goals connected to academic improvement. That was a main focus for us as a school district coming off of the pandemic. So as we think about future readiness, last month we talked a little bit about math achievement. This month, I just want to call out English language developing students, those students who come to us with a primary language other than English, and they have to navigate our curricula, and they have to understand the instruction and what's presented. That's a barrier for them, and we're working to try and support them more effectively. Mrs. Smith will speak a little bit about this tonight. She actually has a slide in her presentation. We are conducting a program review with goals, and the outcomes ultimately are to support these students more effectively so that we see improvement in their achievement and the academic outcomes. Let's talk a little bit about busing. Busing has really challenged us, and the district doesn't feel good about it. The company that we contract with is making efforts to fill open positions. They did have some people leave over the summer. They had some people who became ill and couldn't serve as drivers. They do have some people in the pipeline who are learning and undergoing the training to earn their CDL. I just want to extend really an apology to the public. We don't feel good about the inconveniences that have been caused by our busing, but we are making every effort to improve upon them and trying to think differently about how can we transport our students and accommodate athletics, and it has been no easy task. So we're hoping that things get better. We had some traffic snafus this morning, but we had a driver for every bus, so let's hope that continues. But know that We recognize your pain as the public and parents who have been inconvenienced because they're used to a certain bus schedule, and we have not been able to uphold that. In addition, I will call out, there is a hiring event that our HR department, Mr. Moran and his team have organized for this Thursday. And as part of that effort, not only are we pursuing some of the individuals that serve in our employee groups, but also bus drivers with STA. So we're partnering with them and really trying to make efforts to recruit individuals who may be interested in driving buses or vans. So I just wanted to put that out there in the public as something we recognize and are empathetic to our public around. Let's hope that Thursday night brings us some candidates and supports the efforts. So some exciting news. This is the time of year where the Music Booster sponsors the Music in the Valley. It is this Saturday night, and it really is a great show. It brings together a lot of different school districts from some are close, some are pretty far away, but great entertainment, and students showcase their abilities as part of the marching band and the color guard. Here are some of our students. You'll see them on the website, the front page. So if you're around Saturday night, it is really a worthwhile event, a plug for them, and the boosters do a lot to support our music department and the experiences of our students. Great partnership with them. Lastly, supportive schools. We think about safe and supportive. We're talking about some of the things that really connect to helping our students feel safe, supported, as if they belong in our school settings. We will recognize the celebration of Yom Kippur, sundown tomorrow night until sunset Wednesday night. Oh, I'm sorry, yes. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mrs. Lofton. I apologize. It's an easy fast, not feast, and a good new year. So I'll change that, and I apologize. Yeah, trying to get that right and did not, so.
When the sun goes down, it's a feast.
Okay.
It's okay.
We'll work together, and I'll correct that. My apologies, but I do want to recognize we are trying as a district to get better at recognizing all holidays, and I wanted to wish everyone who celebrates Yom Kippur a good year. And that ends my report, Mr. Saylor. Thank you.
I have no report.
Any board members have any discussions on board or district committees? Seeing none. Section 3.01, the consent agenda. Items that represent standard routine business of the board included in the consent agenda. Board members may request any items be removed for the discussion. The consent items as of October 3rd are listed below. Any additional items may be added to the consent agenda during the daily work session. And we will go to education. Dr. Campley.
Sorry, scrolling to get to the right spot. Okay, so we'll start off with 4.01, Education Committee of the Whole, and we have Lori Smith will be the one to present.
Good evening, everyone. We have a relatively short agenda for the Education Committee, and Dr. Boyd and I will be presenting together. You can see we have 5 topics for you this evening. First of all, the assessment schedule the district utilizes is annually approved by the board. We do have an action item for you this evening, action item 4.02, to revise the assessment schedule. This happened as well last year. I'm not recommending any changes to the elementary assessment schedule, but to the secondary schedule, we are recommending changes to the high school. And really, this is because we haven't had these types of assessment in the high school in the past. It is our first year utilizing STAR Reading, STAR Math, as well as Linkit benchmarks, and so we were still ironing out some of those details. The major changes are we have clarified the courses that will be utilizing STAR Math to include Math Concepts 1 and 2, which was not previously listed, as well as we have added the Linkit benchmarks, which we have found to be helpful at our grades 3 through 8. We also have them in the Keystone tests of Algebra 1 and Biology, so we have added those into that. So I would be asking for you to approve those changes this month. Any questions on that? Any questions from our community on the assessment schedule? Yes.
So, the Linkit, this is the first cycle that we've had those, correct?
We have utilized them in grades 3 through 8 in the past at least year, maybe 2 years. It's the first time at the high school that we are embarking upon utilizing those.
Okay, and those are the ones that are timed?
Those are not necessarily timed. Students, they are similar to the PSSA testing. So we may set a testing schedule. For example, the middle schools do adjust their schedule and have a larger block. But if a student needs more time beyond that, they do allow them extended time.
And those have already started for this year?
Yes.
Is there a certain time frame where we'll be seeing some of the feedback from them, or is it real time?
It is. The scores are immediate. So once the student submits that in Linkit, the teacher can see those results. Dr. Sachs is working with our new MTSS facilitators to lead some data meetings in the buildings. And so we will have some of that preliminary data. I could certainly add that to a future education committee if you'd like to kind of see what that beginning of the year data has looked like.
Just out of curiosity. That would be awesome. Thank you.
Sure. Anyone else? The second topic then is field trips. This is an annual item that we share with the board what field trips we have planned for the year. The board only needs to take action on those that have a financial implication to the district or are overnight. So again, this is just our annual presenting to you the trips that we believe will occur this year. Obviously, those change. There is a form where they submit that request, which is approved by their building principal, and then my office. So in the elementary, we are proposing one field trip per grade level this year. Typically, we have done 2. We have seen some increasing costs due to transportation costs that have really made some of the trips somewhat out of what we would like to be asking our parents to pay, as well as substitute coverage and some other things we've looked at having 1 per grade level this year is the recommendation from the principals. Some of them continue to be off-site, but we also learned through the pandemic that sometimes we're able to bring these vendors or these places on-site and have just as great of an experience, if not better, because we don't have some of the logistical and the loss of time due to travel by having them come on-site. So there's a mix of them. In the middle schools right now, 6th grade has pretty steadily had the 2 trips that they have been going on. 7th and 8th grade continue to have conversations with some changes in curriculum and trying to bring alignment between the 2 buildings. We continue to work on that. I can bring that back to you once they have made decisions on those. And then the high school, this really changes. These are some of the trips that have been tried and true trips over the past several years, but they do change over time based upon the courses or what might be available that is appropriate for some of our high school students. So again, this is a list of what most commonly field trips have occurred at the high school. Any comment from the board on any of the field trips? Ms. White?
On the elementary school field trip slide, I noticed, so Historic Philadelphia, I guess that ties in to the trip that they take down into Old City?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. The only reason I ask that is because I understand that it's been a little bit different for all field trips the last couple of years with the pandemic, but I do know that they were successful in integrating some different experiences. Like you said, without travel, one of them was the African American Museum. It was a virtual exposure to the 5th grade class. It kind of is all part of that colonial unit of study. So I'm just curious if there are some up there some that are happening that are actually not represented up there.
Yes, good point. So for example, things like that are a virtual field trip, we don't include them on the list here. Actually, I just got an email from one of our 5th grade teachers today that we're working on the American Revolution to have that again virtually. These are where we're actually physically going to visit someplace, or they are physically coming to us, not a virtual experience. Good point. Thank you. Anybody in the public, questions or comments on field trips? You guys will let me know, right, if somebody behind me? Okay. So the third topic is just some curriculum updates for you. There are no action items here. Just wanted to let you know that Pennsylvania has issued new standards for K-12 science. All 3 of them will be linked in the slide presentation if you'd like to look at them. We are establishing a steering committee with representation from each level from our teachers, as well as Mrs. O'Sullivan will be leading that as our STEM supervisor, and they will be attending a session at the IU to get our first glimpse at those. We do have 3 years to have them realign all of our curriculum, make sure we have appropriate resources, and be ready to implement them in the 25-26 school year. Dr. Russell mentioned the ELD program review. I just put it on here, and I will give you periodic updates throughout the year to let you know, first of all, thank you for approving this, but secondly, we have started the process of this. Mrs. Folks is leading this work and working very closely with staff at the IU. We are investigating the curriculum resources and our practices, as well as our compliance with PDE requirements. And the first piece of that is going to be a staff member survey that all staff will be asked to complete to help us understand their knowledge and experiences and their needs in terms of supporting our ELD students. There will also be several interviews with individual stakeholders in the district, and we're doing a lot of data collection right now to be able to look at it from various lenses. And we're very excited to see what their recommendations will be for us and how we may be able to implement them to ensure that we are meeting the needs of these students. I certainly can share we've seen an increase in the number of these students, and you know, had approved some additional staffing this year. We're also seeing many more of them that have limited to no English proficiency, particularly here at the high school. I believe we've had 3 in the last month or so. So definitely an area of need to continue to look into. And then I wanted to continue to give you some updates on our math action plan. I'm certainly not expecting you to see everything that's on this screen. I just wanted to give you a snapshot of what the plan looks like in terms of its format and structure, and the amount of detail that Mrs. O'Sullivan has put into that in terms of timelines and who's involved and what might be the resources that we need to be able to accomplish each step. There are 4 main areas of the action plan, with the first one being curriculum alignment. Anything with a red star is actually in progress or starting up already right now. We will be working on a curriculum review in grades 6th, 7th, and 8th grade math, as well as Algebra 1, which is also taught at the high school, so that will be a course that's bridged across the 2. We look at scope and sequence, we'll look at pacing, we'll look at resources. We are also going to be investigating the course sequencing and the structures that are available in the schedules in both the middle school and the high school, and the time allocations, as well as then we will, once we complete the middle school and Algebra 1, we'll move into those other courses at the high school. The second area is on best practices, meaning how we provide instruction in math. And a big piece of that will be professional development for our teachers on what are those best practices currently in 2022 for how students learn math. We also have instructional coaches. Our new hire, Mrs. Matei, is focusing specifically on secondary math and really getting in there and working with teachers. And then we hope to also develop a look-fors. What are those expected? What is it when we walk into a math classroom that we're looking to see our students doing, or that we're looking for to see our teachers doing? The third piece is math placement. This is a pretty big task, but to look at how do we place our students in math. You know, we do start accelerating students as early as 4th into 5th grade, and then we have some different structures and paths that students can take. So we'll be investigating what other districts are doing. We'll be looking at what the research says. We will also be looking at, is there any equity considerations for the students who are being accelerated or not being accelerated? We hope to make some recommended revisions to that process, as well as even consider, there are some districts who have acceleration board policies, so that may be something as of a recommendation. And then the last large priority area is data analysis. So those universal screeners that we now have in place in terms of STAR Math and Linkit Math, that rollout is well underway already, but looking at the data, as Ms. White mentioned, and the consistent implementation of that, having data meetings which are scheduled in our secondary buildings. And then we are continue to look at that supplemental resource of Freckle Math. You approved that for this year for our 6th, 7th, and 8th grades, so we'll be reassessing that. In fact, our elementaries are interested in looking at that, and then continuing to take a data deep dive. So each month I'll give you a little snippet of maybe some of the progress or the area of focus, just so that you can see the work as it continues to roll out. The internal curriculum audit, I really just threw this in there because I wanted you to know that it's something that we are doing. Internally, my department has started to look at our curriculum guides. So we have looked at every single course, K-12. We've pulled the curriculum guides that are available. Many of them are in board docs. We have made sure that all of them are posted on our website and accessible to the public by going to the curriculum instruction department page, and then over there what I have circled under curriculum, you can go to elementary or secondary and go by subject, math, science, Spanish, whatever you're looking for, and find the curriculum, which again is the what we teach. What content are we teaching in those classes? So they are also, again, posted. We've also been looking at the corresponding resources that go with each particular course, looking at the copyright date of each of those resources or the subscription length, so that we can be forward thinking in terms of our budgeting and our cycle for when these things may need to be reviewed or looked at. So this is just a snippet of some of our initial findings here across the years of how many of our curriculum guides, what was the year in which they were school board approved. You can see it ranges across the last 10 or so years in terms of what has been accomplished. I share it with you just again so that you know that it's something that we've been working on. I may be bringing forward in the future different recommendations for how we might creatively tackle some of this. We do have some barriers to overcome with time and the ability to work with teachers, but we have some creative ideas and solutions for that. So again, just wanted you to know that it's something that we're looking at to be forward thinking in where priority areas are and ensuring that the resources align financially. Questions or comments on anything in that section on curriculum?
Can you back up onto the slide on the math acceleration? So Judy Lofton from Skipback.
You don't have to say your name.
Okay. So, goodness. All right, let's try this a third time. So in July of 2020, there was a presentation that was given to the board that talked about, it was based on brainstorming from the administration on issues related to goals around equity and inclusion. And one of the goals that emerged from that was the problem that was identified was that not all students are receiving the same level of instruction and expectations. The proposed solution was to develop a plan to ensure that all students have access to higher level STEM courses. So this was 2 years ago, and I'm just curious if a plan has been developed to ensure that all students are getting equal access to the higher level STEM courses, or where are we in that process?
Thank you, Mrs. Lofton. So in terms of a plan to address that all students are being able to access these different, courses in terms of STEM courses, I will be completely honest that I don't have a written plan that says these are the steps that we have taken to do that. I can tell you we've looked at through our annual data presentation, the equity in terms of our students, the percentage of students that are in our AP courses, how they are scoring in those courses. We've started to look at our math placement data in terms of whether we're looking at that by different ethnicity or by male, female, and how many students are in those different paths. We're looking at what some of the research is. So I think we've done some of that work, maybe not as formalized as was intended at that point. Dr. Russell, I don't know if there's anything you would want to add to that.
I would just say that we continue to have STEM at the forefront of our thinking because we know that's where the careers are today. And we want to set students up to have the background knowledge in those subject areas so that they are prepared to pursue whatever path it may be, whether it's through Northmont Co-Technical Career Center, a community college, or college. So while we have that at the forefront, I would agree with Mrs. Smith. There isn't a written plan specific to that particular question. However, we do continue to look at data, and we try to get sharper with how we look at the data and what we do in response, the questions that we pose, and we think more now about providing that access to the higher level courses for all students. We have recently been talking again about going back to Algebra 1 by the end of 8th grade for our students. We had that as a goal for a very long time, moved away from it a few years ago. We are now questioning whether or not we have pulled the rigor from some of our students. And students, we want students to be set up and prepared for these higher level courses, science, technology, engineering, mathematics. So we're thinking about that sequence and the data that helps drive the recommendations to get students into those courses.
Thank you, Dr. Russell. Any other comments from board or Swite?
So along those same lines, and I think it was the slide before this, when, was it this one? No, it was the one, it was the first one about the curriculum alignment. So I guess I just would like to understand, and I know that I've brought it up before, in terms of the testing, the STAR and the Linkit, when those were originally brought to Education Committee, they were really designed or pitched as intervention tools. So I'm wondering if, going forward, we can really take a look at and maybe we can gain more of a deeper understanding of how those potential tests could actually be used as identification for higher level learners, and whether or not there are actually the appropriate resources in place to help those learners as well, not just obviously as an intervention, but also as an enrichment opportunity. That's my first part. And then the second part would be, in this curriculum review, how will that overlay with the results that you are gleaning from the tests? And are there specific resources and curriculum that the folks, the districts that actually implement those tests within, like a historic perspective, are there resources that they're using with successful results the same or different than the ones that we use?
I'm going to try to remember both of them, Ms. White. So the first one was regarding enrichment, and do these tools, these assessments, can they help us in that regard? Absolutely. Both STAR and Linkit are considered to be universal screeners, which means we're universally screening to figure out where are our students. What does each individual student need? One student may be on grade level, another one might need additional support, and one may need to be enriched. So they are the initial data piece that kind of tells you that prescription, per se, if I make an analogy to being a doctor, what's the prescription or the diagnosis that I have? The next step is those tools then that allow us to meet the individual needs. So for example, Freckle, that partners directly with the STAR, so that now I have an individual path for me individually. Yours may be different. So if you do need to be enriched, you should be working on higher level content, more rigor. Those are the pieces that would be our next step once we have this initial piece of data to look at and say, what is it telling us? Do we have more students in certain pockets, or what are the needs that we possibly have? Freckle math, we have it at the middle schools now for this year. We'll see how that goes. I think the high school is very interested in something like that as well. However, we need to balance that with the structures that we have in place before we purchase something and put it there and we don't have the time built into the schedule to be able to utilize it. So some of that needs to come hand in hand, but absolutely it should do what you're asking. Your second question was in terms of using that data, and is the data driving the resources and looking at other districts? Is that right? So absolutely, we should be looking at the data. We have started to research other school districts that are maybe outperforming us or that are doing well, and asking those questions, what are you using? And if our data is showing we need an intervention tool in this particular area, what tends to be the best practice, or where have the results been? When we do vendor demonstrations, we do ask them if they can provide us with testimonials or what other school districts in the area are using them, so that we can reach out to them. But these should absolutely be additional pieces of data that we didn't have in the past to help drive those decisions, as well as our curriculum. What is the scope and sequence and the pacing, and where do we need to spend more time? If our students have an area of need here, or they've already mastered something, then why would we be teaching it again? So the level of depth maybe that we go in as well can be driven by some of this.
And specifically, since these tests that we bought into those tests, those are purchased resources.
Correct.
So I guess really the question is there a dialogue between us and STAR based on where our results are, and feedback from them about where they see other people's results around the country?
Not yet. We've just started with them. So right now our conversations with STAR are about the logistics of the setup and what settings do we need to have. But those are certainly conversations that can happen. I think one thing that I'm proud of here at PV is that we've been very responsive to the tools, and we're not afraid to change the tool either if it doesn't seem to be working for us. You may recall we used MAP before, a wonderful tool, one that I greatly supported, but it wasn't meeting our need because of the level of complexity of it. So I think that's something that we're able to respond to the data and look for tools that, this is a much shorter assessment, but gives us the snapshot that we need. Sure. Mrs. Mears?
I'm asking a clarifying question. So STAR reading, only though the students that are in this, that are taking have the ability to access the STAR classroom. They're the only students being tested. Am I correct? Are we testing universally the 9th through 12th?
We are universally assessing. Star Reader is every student grade 9 through 12. So we get a Lexile level, we get standard data on every single student grades 9 through 12 in that about 20-minute snapshot of taking the Star Reader. Star Math is for students, gets tricky at the high school because of the courses. It's not just by grades anymore. So anybody taking Algebra 1, Geometry, Algebra 2, and it is Math Concepts 1 and 2 if they're in those courses. And then Link It is dependent upon the course. Anybody in Algebra 1 or Biology would be taking that. Anybody else? Okay. All right, Dr. Boyd.
Good evening, everyone. So just 2 updates. We've talked a great deal about transition services. So what I'm bringing to you this evening is back to the request for a job coach. So when we spoke last month, I had indicated that we would create a job description. So we have that attached. We have a sample daily schedule of what it might look like for the job coach, of what they would be doing, as well as the anticipated salary and benefits. And again, just the reminders that we've done that comparison, and really to move our work forward beyond what we're doing right now at the high school, and to take our children and put them out even across just the district into vocational type of opportunities. We're in need of a job coach to do that work. Dr. Russell, are you able to click on any of those links? They're hyperlinked here, so the board has had access to this. So for example, a daily schedule, what we've done is students would be able to go out in 2 groups, a morning group and an afternoon group. They would spend approximately 2 periods of the day out in the, across the district performing vocational skills. They would come back, have lunch, and this job coach would, the first period of the day, there would be sort of a morning meeting to set up the day, talk about the jobs that might take place. It could also be an opportunity to focus and do some teaching of skills before they encounter the actual work experience. The same model would be implemented then in the afternoon. So a second group of students would go out. So the job coach would be supporting students across the day. And the role of the job coach is really to ensure that students are acquiring, developing skills, and then the ability to generalize them across the workplace setting. Additionally, the other piece that the job coach would do is assist students in the workplace with, again, those expectations of the social and behavioral aspects within a work environment. And the anticipated, do you want to go to the job description or? So here is just a list again of the types of skills as well as the responsibilities that would be upon the job coach. And then when we look to salary and benefits, the total amount would be approximately $49,000 for salary and benefits. So I know when we get to Mr. Weaver in the finance portion of this evening, he will be talking about true-up costs. True-up costs could be one possibility in terms of how we might fund this position, since it was not approved prior to this school year, if we wish to pursue that. But what we would like to do is next month bring, or even if we could as of next week, maybe bring the job coach position description to the board for approval, and then the request to potentially move forward with securing this position.
The job coach, just to clarify, where would this be a professional position? Is this where would it fall as far as contractually?
It would be in the confidential group, I believe, so it would not be professional staff. It would be similar to our paraprofessionals, but the salary itself would be slightly higher than the paraprofessionals, so it would be within the confidential group is what we would expect. Are there any other questions about the job coach position? Anyone in the audience?
Would this be specifically for your children in your 18 to 21 program, or would this person work with students 9 through 21?
9 through 21,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions? Okay. And then the other topic is, I know Mrs. Smith spoke about the ELD service delivery review. In the spring of last year, the board graciously approved us to do a review of our related service provisions for speech language and occupational therapy. And this was done because we are seeing an increase in the number of students who need these services. They came out, they did this right toward at the end of the school year, so late May, early June, and there were really 3 essential questions. It was looking to see, are we appropriately staffed to meet the needs of our students? Are our schedules being utilized in the appropriate manner? And are the guidelines and the procedures that we use consistent across all buildings? So we have received the analysis of the findings, and we're working on developing an action plan. So we anticipate that in November, we'll be able to share those details with the board through the educational committee. And so are there any questions about this piece of information? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Boyd. So our last item in the Education Committee update this evening is naming of the Middle School East Loop. There's no action requested tonight, but I am hoping that we will have some conversation about this, and we have some students and teachers here with us to help me present. This is the name Tammaman Circle. It is a proposal from our students at Middle School East to honor the chief and further strengthen our partnerships with the Lenape tribe. You can see on the screen the picture of what the actual loop. East gets a little bit confusing, so this is the larger loop that goes around the whole building that currently does not have a name to it. And you might be asking why, and I'm not going to answer that. I'm going to turn it over to 2 students that we have here, but 4 of our students worked on this, and they have a petition, which they gave me over here, if you want to see it, of the over 500 names. So I believe Mrs. Eskin is here, as well as Samuel and Violet, if they would like to come up here to the podium with me. We have a video that we will play. It's about a minute long, and then the 2 of them will add anything or answer any of your questions.
Chief Tammaman, born in 1628 and died in 1700, was the principal Lenape leader who welcomed William Penn upon his arrival to this region in 1682. Tammaman, meaning affable one in the Lenape language, partnered with Penn to bring about a bold agreement in which settlers and local Native Americans would live together peacefully in Pennsylvania. The peaceful influence Tammaman and Penn established had great bearings on relationships throughout the colonies. The peace treaty of Chief Tammaman and William Penn lasted for over 70 years. Described as an ancient Delaware chief who never had an equal, Tammaman was described as someone with wisdom, virtue, prudence, charity, affability, meekness, and hospitality, in short. He was endowed with every good and notable quality.
So is there anything that the 2 of you would like to...
Chief Tammaman, born in
automatically plays, I apologize. Anything on this slide you 2 would like to add?
Yes. I am Samuel Eskin.
Violet Heyman.
And I would just like to start off by thanking you for having us here, and also thank Dr. Clune for allowing us to speak. So just the first part. The Lenape people were the original inhabitants of Delaware, New Jersey, eastern Pennsylvania, and southern New York. And they partnered with Perkiomen Valley School District and Ursinus College. And at the center of the partnership was a focus on education and the creation of opportunities for students of the district and college to interact with the Lenape people. Through these opportunities, students and tribal members were able to openly share and discuss their views and experiences. And through that, we wanted to create something tangible to recognize the Lenape people as the original inhabitants of these lands, and to also educate students. And the idea was basically to name the unnamed loop around PV Middle School East, Tammaman Circle. In speaking with members of the Lenape tribe, the person that they chose to be honored was Chief Tammaman. And he had been honored in the past with a statue in Philadelphia, but he was never properly, I guess, recognized as they said that they wanted his name to be spelled the way that they would spell it in their language. So through their input and advice, we are proud to honor their wish and be the first to recognize them and their people. And then you can.
In order to start this, we created a petition that would involve everyone in Middle School East in this decision. Together, we created a video that would explain to all students, staff, and teachers in the building what this was going to be doing and what it would mean for both the Lenape people and our school. Altogether, we collected over 500 signatures for this petition, which shows the full support of our school and more.
And again, I would just like to say thank you, and wanishi, which is thank you in the Lenape language.
Stay here with me if you want.
So before we entertain questions, I'll just wrap it up with just some logistics. We did think about what are the logistics of changing, or not changing, but actually naming this particular loop. So I know Mr. Fabrizio, Mr. Weaver have talked with the municipality. We would need to notify them with sufficient notice and time for them to be able to make those changes to the postal address, make sure that for deliveries and so forth that is all updated. We have to notify our utilities and, of course, emergency responder in terms of notifications. So the next steps really would be we'd like to have some conversation to see the will of the board or the direction you would like us to move in. And then certainly if this is something that you are in support of, we would bring back any official action that would be needed. So I would open it up now if you have any questions for the students or myself or Dr. Clune or Mrs. Eskin. Dr. Kohler.
Just a logistical question. So you said we'd have to change the postal address, but if it's unnamed, what is the address now?
So the address now is 100 KG Road, which Dr. Clune has schooled me, is actually, the road out when you think of Evergreen and Campus Drive. And so it really doesn't depict exactly where East is at. You do have to have a GPS to be able to get to East because it does navigate you there when you put that address in. But if you were just driving down KG Road, you'd say, where is East at? So it is a little bit confusing to get there. So the recommendation would be to change it from 100 KG Road to, I believe it's 5, representing the 5 Lenape tribes, Tamamin Circle. Anything else? Mr. Fountain?
What is the time frame for accomplishing all those things projected to be?
I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Weaver, they said they only needed a couple of weeks for us to notify the municipality, and then it is on us to notify our utility providers of an address change, basically, once the municipality has changed that. Is that correct, Mr. Weaver?
That's correct. And then we have to notify the township via formal letterhead from the school board, if approved, what our plans are and what the new name is, and then we've got all the work to do in the background.
So Dr. Clune would, if the board is interested in taking this action, he would very much like to move that along this month or next month if we can. There is the Fall Colors 5K event, as you know, coming up, which would be an opportunity to announce something like this if we want to do that, or we can certainly wait longer. And then it would take, probably several weeks till we would get all of the other pieces in place.
Can we add this as a motion to next week's board agenda?
Okay. Well, good job, guys. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. And so the only item from the Education
Hold on
Committee.
1 second. I'm sorry. Are there any objections to adding it to consent for next week? Does anyone object to that?
Thank you, Mr. Saylor. So the only item then on the consent agenda from the Education Committee is the approval of the revised assessment schedule, item 4.02. And that ends the Education Committee unless there's other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Smith. So 4.02 was the one that we just discussed via the Education of the Committee of the Whole. 4.03, 04, 05 are all on approval for consent. Are there any questions? I actually had a question about the Peru. I don't know who I directed to.
Yeah, about who?
The Peru,
The Peru
trip.
Okay.
I was just curious how those determinations were going to be made as far as which students were going in the summer versus the spring. Are there potentially families that were the first 25 that would actually rather go in the spring, and would they be able to make that switch if they don't want to go in the summer? Curious about the differential in cost, because there is a differential between those taking it in the summer. It is more expensive to those taking it in over spring break. I mean, overall, I think it's great that we can include more students. It's actually disappointing we can't include all 150, but adding on an additional 40, I think, is a great idea. I just had a couple of those questions.
I can certainly field those, and I apologize. I believe the paperwork indicates, unless there's one that wasn't adjusted, both of the trips are in July. So they are within a 3-week time period of each other. There's one trip, the first one is the service trip. There'll be a week break for the chaperones, and then they will be going again in this. So they are both summer trips. Nobody will miss any school days. The cost differential is due to the fact that the first trip, and the reason we're actually proposing a second trip, is a service trip. And so there are different connections with different organizations and groups that have additional costs associated with them in terms of the things that our students will be doing. So that is the difference in that. They both do visit, and Mr. Ganesh is going to tell me I pronounce it wrong, Machu Picchu, thank you. They both do visit that, which seems to be the highlight of the trip. And in talking with the advisors or the chaperones, they had about 135 families who came to the initial meeting to learn about it. That doesn't mean that they all were actually going to commit to the cost of it. So as far as who gets which one, they would hope to open them both up and allow them to sign up really on a first come, first serve. I did ask today, why is there a limit on the number? Because, for example, our Europe trip does not necessarily have, we were able to accommodate all the students as long as we could get chaperones. And I was told that because of the visitation site to Machu Picchu, I will get that right. We are limited by the number of students that are able to go to that particular site, that they're very careful in terms of how many visitors they allow into that.
I do know that the first 25 were already, booked, like you're in, put your payment in. So I would kind of feel bad if there's somebody in that first 25 that now has to jump on and try and sign up to be in that group that gets to do it as a service project. I think that's where there may be some pushback from the community, between those that are on the wait list and those that are already accepted into the program, and who gets to do which, especially when there is a cost differential. I just think those are some things that are going to need to be ironed out, just to be fair and transparent to those signing up and the families that want to participate.
I don't disagree. I was working with Mrs. Sutton on when would the information be released. Ideally, she would have liked to be able to promote both trips at the same time. But knowing that we needed to wait for school board approval on this one, they were anxious to get the first trip out there and see if there's interest. So the company EF Tours has assured us, though, that they will work with us if students want to now move to a different trip. If the second trip is board approved and they want to move back and forth, they'll help us with that.
I have a question with regards to just this type of trip in general, and it just, I guess, it's just a general inquiry. So this is a substantial cost associated with this trip, which would obviously be a limiting factor for a lot of our families. What is the procedure and the opportunity to allow access to an opportunity like this for families that are not able to spend more than $4,000 for a child to go for an experience like this?
Thank you for asking that. We do work with all of our advisors or chaperones who are running the trips to consider fundraising opportunities so that students could raise a portion or all of their, what may be needed for them. We also have, if a family were to come to a counselor, just like with any field trip, they can't afford the cost of the field trip. We certainly would try to work with them. This is a unique circumstance. It's not part of our curriculum. It is an optional field trip for families. I know we have the foundation has in the past at times had monies for, particularly for high school trips for things like this. To my knowledge, we've not had that come up, that a family has expressed that, but that doesn't mean that there isn't a need. But we certainly would be looking to do fundraising. I can tell you this one is slightly higher than the Europe trip was last year.
They all seem to be hitting that 4,000 or slightly higher rate, and travel expenses have increased most recently.
We attended one of the information sessions, and the travel company also does a scholarship program, I believe, where you can apply for funds if you cannot afford the trip.
Thank you, Dr. Kolar.
Any other questions? Motion to move all of them to consent? Yes, we're good?
Yeah, if there's
Okay.
no objection, they
Just-
can be moved.
Just making sure. 4.06 is the enrollment report, which I don't believe we talked about this in the committee. So, Mrs. Smith, are you going to speak to
There's
this?
nothing of significance to report this evening. We're kind of in that flow now of the school year. The October report, though, is the, our official enrollment for the year is based upon our October numbers. But I don't have anything of significance to report.
And then 4.07 is also recommended to move to consent
We're
unless
actually-
there's questions.
If we could do that today, if we're okay handling that item today.
Okay, so a motion to approve, to ratify a non-resident senior. Do I have a,
Is there a second? Second. There's a second. Discussions? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
aye.
Opposed, nay. 4.07 is approved.
That ends my section.
Thank you very much. Business, Mr. Keenan?
5.01, we have Mr.
Mr. Saylor, is it 45 minutes? Okay. Thank you. So we have a small agenda, and I'll just move forward to it. Maybe not. Here we go. There we go. Okay. So as everybody can see, it's a real small agenda. So what we're going to do is we're just going to hit some of these big topics right here, this as listed, and we'll just continue to move forward. So first part is in September, we came forward with a plan, a reasonable plan to come up with some of the high level items associated with an ESCO program. This would be our fifth ESCO program, with following up on fairly successful 1, 2, 3, and 4. Since that point in time, under the guise of the school board to go back and look at some other things, we pared that down from the 15 million to the 5.6 million that you see in front of you tonight. There was considerable give and take. We had several meetings, at least 3 meetings, between Mr. Mowry, Mr. Fabrizio, myself, and Dr. Russell, hashing out different reasons and listing priorities. So in front of you tonight is the list that we have pared down and we're presenting for discussion tonight. We've also referenced each one of these items back to the original AEM Master Feasibility Study program from 2018, just so if you're interested, you can go back in and you can look at some of the feedback and the definitions associated with what we looked at and how we've come up to this. I'm not going to go through the entire list except to say that this is very heavily dependent upon a lot of the HVAC units, a lot of the areas where we can get the best bang for our buck associated with the GIZA program, which is essentially helping us to replace equipment that is overdue and provides both efficiencies in terms of uses of energies associated with those, and also capital avoidance, which is allowed within the law under the GIZA program. So I present to you the list tonight. Are there any questions or concerns about the list as is? Okay, again, it's much reduced. That doesn't mean the other items that are not there, they haven't gone away. They're on another list that you'll see a little bit later on. Any questions from the community? Okay. And that is tied into the GIZA resolution that is on there as 5.02. And subsequently, moving forward with other projects that we've been doing, I'm going to provide an update tonight on these multiple projects that we've been tracking. They're in various stages. and we thought that we would bring it forward to present where we're at at this point in time. Specific to the outdoor classroom in the geodesic dome, we were talking about Dr. Clune and the impact that he's had for several years now associated with this particular project. Mr. Fabrizio came here last year and helped us to get in contact with Breslin engineers and architects. We've worked through that process. The board approved that contract to move forward. Unfortunately, the design that came back is now at $500,000. When we originally started this process, it was just for the outdoor classroom, and it was just for East and West, and we were looking to spend somewhere between $15,000 to $20,000. So obviously this program has grown immensely. So one of the things that we're recommending is to kind of pull this off the train at this point in time, and look towards some additional curriculum components to try to drive some of these outdoor classrooms, specifically in geodesic dome. This also ties into the original plan that Dr. Clune gave, which was a 5-year plan. So while it's 2 years ago that we embarked upon this process, we still have time within that 5-year plan to go back and take another look at it. So we'd like to really take this off the train track, so to speak, and then sit it there and let the science standards be reviewed, for instance, to help with outdoor classroom processes and procedures. There is a design. We have the design. You do remember that we started out with just a couple of poles in the ground and some tarps on top. Unfortunately, we had to get involved with the architectural calculations for water runoff. Then we questioned how deep the poles were going on the side, because initially it was going to just be poles in the ground. And then it just kind of steamrolled from that point in time. So we went to a really hardened structure at both East and West that drove some of that cost. So we're going to pull it off at this point in time. I would mention that we do have, specifically for our ARP ESSER set-aside monies, $29,000, roughly $30,000 that were talked about back in December of 2001, sitting there to help offset those costs or to reallocate as we deem necessary. Here is the really small chart that was provided late in June, and we did take July and August to review these projects, this particular project with our lead architect from Breslin, Mr. Fabrizio, and myself. You can see there the total is $484,000, and that is the estimate for both the outdoor classroom and the geodesic dome. So that's kind of where it sits right now. Just in case you want to know if we've done due diligence, I believe we have. We have this project now, and then we'll wait and we'll hold it off, and then we'll reconnect. Any questions on that from the board members? Mr. Dorr.
Didn't we talk about looking at economies of scale for those two domes and just use the same model for each school?
We did. And part of the design factor was associated with the fact that West has the domed roofs so that it would fit in, and East does not have those domed roofs. So that was part of that. Any questions from the community? Okay. Moving on. Another project that we've picked up recently is to review the high school music rooms, orchestra rooms, the chorus rooms. We met, Mr. Fabrizio and I met with Mr. Malitz, Mr. Overholzer, and Mr. Suleiman to review those changes that they desired. Those are some minor changes that they desire, some soundboards. One room wants the carpet removed and replaced with LVT. The other room wants the LVT replaced by carpet, simply because of sound issues. And Mr. Fabrizio and I are looking into that right now, so to speak. So we are embarking upon another project. Just wanted to bring that to the attention of the school board. Any questions on that? We don't anticipate huge dollars with this. Again, they're not really asking for much. They're just asking for good aesthetics, good sounding for their particular rooms. Ms. White.
How will you decide what soundboards and quantity are needed?
Sure. So Mr. Fabrizio and I have reached out to several different professional organizations associated with that to try to find out what is the best for those rooms, because the chorus room in particular has really super high ceiling. And so that has to come into the process in some way, shape, or form. We've actually talked about maybe some drop-down soundboards as well as options.
Have you reached out to a distributor or to manufacturers directly?
Mr. Fabrizio?
Okay, so I guess with a sound analysis, I'm just curious as whether or not they've discussed cost associated with that. Okay. And I guess the reason that I ask about if it's a distributor or if it's a vendor direct, manufacturer direct, is that these types of products should be available on CoStarz or U.S. communities.
Absolutely.
So I just want to make sure that, you know, if we don't have to go through a bidding process, if there's a product that actually can be utilized, I mean, I'm assuming we have soundboards in other places, but it's a very specific, you know, analysis and observation that goes into sound inquiry, and I just am worried that, I'm not worried, but I'm just wondering that that's the process that we're going through. And with regards to the LVT and the carpet, I'm wondering if the ad for the carpet is, if it's specific to the sound, then that may not actually be the right remedy for the orchestra room. So I guess it's more of like a full picture sort of thing. And I'm also wondering why the LVT was not part of our overall flooring upgrade.
It just wasn't.
Okay, all right.
At this time. And now it's time for us to address it.
Yeah, okay, cool. Thank you.
If I may, I just want to add to your questions, Ms. White. We have been talking quite a bit to the music teachers, so they have a lot of input as well, in addition to reaching out to vendors and/or distributors.
Yeah, the cool thing about the sound analysis is that it's like literally like a machine that comes and helps prescribe what's needed to conquer a particular issue, depending on the acoustics of the room, et cetera, et cetera. So it's actually like it's a pretty cool scientific sort of thing.
I would also add that that's a great group of people to work with. Joe and I have some fun when we go there. They're good people. Okay, any other questions from the board? Any other questions from the community? Okay. Another area that we continue to grow is our ground/operations building. The board is aware that we've embarked on a process associated with an initial grounds building. However, now we're looking at that at the east auxiliary parking lot. We are now rethinking that for grounds purposes as not just a grounds building, but also an operations building, and moving our maintenance staff there as well. So we're researching that. We've asked the engineer to go back in and redesign the building from a 4,000 square foot to a 5,000 square foot, have a loading dock, and address some other issues associated with what a larger building would look like. We still have the question that we've been talking to the township in regards to replacing the parking spots that we would be taking up there. There are waivers that we could apply for. There are different variances that we could approach to address that issue. So that has been put aside until we have the redesign and to see what that additional building size looks like with the loading dock. And then that would give us other options as far as moving our operations and grounds together into one solid building. Offices need to be created. We only had one in the original design. We need 3 others. And perhaps that gives us options for Mr. Fabrizio and his staff. Any questions on that? Any questions from the community on that? Oh, go ahead.
So I'm just curious whether the same concerns that came into place regarding runoff with the greenhouse are going to apply with the addition of a grounds and operations building in a nearby location.
Yes, yes, it will. Absolutely. We tried to hang a tarp and they told us that we needed the water runoff calculations. So this solid building would absolutely cause that. Yes.
So it was a problem for the greenhouses, but it's not a problem for the operations building?
Yes, it will be.
Okay, so then how are you able to put it there?
So the question about the greenhouse, the geodesic dome, and the outdoor classroom was mainly about the priority of spending the $500 and some odd thousand versus the monies associated with a buildings and grounds building.
Okay, so that really wasn't the barrier.
No. No. That was part of what generated the additional costs associated with, after we went out with the original, hey, we're going to have an outdoor classroom. Then the township came back and said, well, you need water runoff calculations. And it just went downhill from there. Yep. Sure. Bob.
There we go. Robert Liggett, Perkiomen Township.
Jim, can you turn off that microphone?
Yeah, that might be doing it. That better? And a little bit. When we talked about other grounds things before, there was originally a proposal to possibly buy the property at the end of the football field there on Wortman Drive. That one?
There you go.
I'm going to go with this one. Sorry. Is that property still available? Or did we pass on the opportunity on that? It's passed?
Yeah.
Okay. Because rather than putting this grounds facility at East, that actually could have been a decent place to put that size of a building. Any other bright ideas about another place where we can put this besides the parking lot at East? Especially considering we have to do some sort of swap out with the parking spaces. And last thing on the parking spaces, anybody looked at, right now it's a 2-lane road on the circle there. Is it legal to mark out any parking spaces along that so we don't have to go through any flat ground again and to add parking spaces?
Okay, so first question. We looked at 4 different options associated with this particular building. One was near the softball field. One was up at Middle School East. One was within the boundaries of Keenan Stadium itself. And that is it. Sorry, we looked at 3 other options. Oh, okay. We looked at another piece of property that the district currently has, the old Price property in the front of the baseball stadium. That was immediately ruled out because they increased the size of the floodplain. So that was out. There are pros and cons for each of the 3 remaining places that we looked at. The definite negative part for in Keenan Stadium was the size. We were very limited for the size, so that was out. We do have a price for the area near the softball field, and we have the Middle School East parking lot area that we've kind of focused in on at this point in time. So we did look at other options. The other building was sold outside, and hindsight's 20/20. So that was right at the beginning of the process for housing prices going through the roof and everything, and that was right in the middle of it. And at the time when we talked about that, we decided that that was not the best optimal option for us. But that's kind of where that is. Okay, any other questions on that? Okay. So additionally, we continue to work on the district office upgrades. The board was kind enough to have GKO Architects approved, and we've been working very steadily, a group core team, Mrs. Smith, myself, Mr. Fabrizio. We've been working with all of the different departments associated with the process. Mrs. Hurd was part of that process as well. And we have with the feasibility study, we actually have 6 or 7 options that Mr. O'Rourke is going to come back with us and review. Those include looking at what a cost might be for a purchase of a building outright that meets our requirements, renovating district administration building as a whole, in part, moving to other different buildings throughout the district and breaking up the administration building. All of those items we do expect in this feasibility study for us to actually chew up and spit out, take out pros and cons, and then move forward with that. So that's kind of where that is right now. We do anticipate that a progress report will be provided by GKO in November. They are working, consequently, they are also working with an internal realtor group, no cost to the district, for options associated with rental properties throughout. So we're hopeful that something comes up that we can actually look at and plan for moving forward. Nothing concrete yet. We continue to work on that. Any questions from the school board? Any questions from the community? Okay. High School Counseling Center, another project that we picked up upon. We have more counselors than we have spaces now. So we are looking at the counseling center. Mr. Fabrizio has been involved in this for the past month, looking at dimensions, looking at different areas, what kind of issues will be associated with, we just can't simply put up walls. We've got to make sure we have HVAC components into each of those rooms, and we'll follow up with an update in November. Any questions on that? Any questions from the community? Okay. High school family consumer science conversion. Dr. Boyd mentioned earlier in regards to transition services associated with our life skills students. We are looking at the old FCS. And again, once again, Mr. Fabrizio is involved in redoing the spaces associated with that, working with Dr. Boyd to see what the perfect plan would be for our students as they learn their life skills here in the district. Again, we just started on this process. We need a refresh of that space regardless, so it makes perfect opportunity for us to do something good with that space, and we'll be providing an update in November. Any questions on that? Any questions from the community? Okay. Keenan Stadium concession stand update. We've been working on this one for quite some time as well. What you see is the actual design where we're kind of settling in on. Remember, we have to go out for an RFP bid associated with this, or a formal bid. And this is where the plan stands now. We're still working our way through the design. We'd like to add on the patio portion to this as well, and the architect is known for that, knows about that. So we'll provide a further update in November. We've got many projects and we're almost there. We just felt it was important to get this information out, take some of our time just to let you know that we continue to work on that, and we're making Mr. Fabrizio hop pretty good. Any questions? Any questions from the community? Okay. Middle School West track. We have done some significant work on this behind the scenes. Mr. Fabrizio has worked with KPN to redo the asphalt track up at West. It is original to the building. The first option is to redo the asphalt and let it sit as it currently is, as it is right now. Sorry about that. It's been a long day. $225,000. If, however, we also look at putting a rubber track down, much like we have here at the high school, that would be an additional cost you can see there. Plus, there's also a cost for the fencing associated with that, because if we put that rubber track down, we have to protect that track. We have to have more secure than what we have now because we have no fence around an asphalt track. Any questions on that? Ms. White.
What does East have?
East has access to the high school.
So East
But it
doesn't have its own track?
It does not.
And is there a recommendation, or you're just showing the two options with the cost difference?
No recommendation at this time. We're continuing to work our way through it.
So, this is a good overview of all of the capital projects. Some of the overviews are very broad, though. So when you bring the information back, is it anticipated that you will have things like timeline duration of completion and
Yes.
like, for example, for like the counselors, you threw that in there as there was, I guess, a need or an ask for them to be accommodated, but there was no, like, there were no layouts provided. These are just things that are on the horizon. They're up on the whiteboard.
They're on different planes right now, and I'm trying to bring them together from a timeline perspective.
Okay.
That's very good point.
Yeah, it's important, I think, to see, like, it's good to see kind of like what's getting chewed on and thrown out there in terms of like the input request, however the requests come your way. I'm sure that it could start just with probably an email, hey, we need some place for somebody to sit.
Sure.
But it's kind of hard as far as like the school board piece of things go to understand what the ask is, other than, hey, this has happened, this is a conversation we've had. You know what I mean? Because there is not technically an ask, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So part of this is we have limited monies associated with that. And by limited monies, a couple million here and there. And I'll identify those monies that are available as we talk about these things. Keep that in mind. So priorities become administration and board working together to make sure that a lot of these priority jobs get done. Others kind of fall down, and then we have to re-gauge them for some other priority moving forward. Something we haven't really done in quite some time from an other perspective, because we've been addressing a lot of the ESCO needs, and a lot of these other projects now need attention in various forms.
So that cover page, which we kind of like blew past because it was just kind of the overview, that 5 million something or other, right, in the beginning?
The
Are
ESCO.
these the things that are on that list?
No,
These are separate things?
these are totally separate, not associated with the ESCO.
Okay.
Any other questions from board members? Any questions from the community? Okay, high school auditorium, this is just a quick update. We've approved all the different pieces. We continue to work with Mike Medina from CM Mike and Lob to get a timeline down. We do know that we are getting to the point in time where if we're going to do a week's worth of work for the winter break, that supplies need to be ordered. We need to have this timeline down. We do not have a timeline tonight. I wish we did for this, but we don't yet. So depending upon how that works with the education component, we might need to wait until summer 2023. That does not make Dr. Russell very happy. I'll be the first to admit that. I'm not happy about that either. However, we've got to make it all work in our school community. So we do know that. Any questions? Yes, Ms. White.
So what is the holdup here?
So
Are we waiting on materials or plans, or which part?
it's the plans and it's the receipt of the materials.
But nothing's been approved or ordered, correct?
Yes, the school board has approved the various components.
We did that last.
Yes,
Okay.
now we've got to
Okay.
meld it all together.
Oh, okay. So with regards to so you don't have a timeline. So the materials have been ordered, but no vendors have given you a timeline
Correct.
yet.
That's why we're working with Mike Medina from
Okay.
CM Mike and Lob.
All right.
So if we wait until summer because materials have been ordered, are we going to see a price increase, or because they've been ordered, it's just all going to?
That's a good question. I don't know that. And if that's the case, we'll have to come back to the board and reintroduce that.
What do you mean?
A purchase order would have been issued. We should not
Yeah.
incur any price increase if materials have been ordered.
So we'll look into that. We'll look into that.
Okay. So what type of feedback do we get from, so CM Eichenlob, that's the vendor?
Yes.
Correct. So what type of updates do we receive from them?
So what we're working on is the delivery, because we've got to do the flooring first. So unless you do the demo first, you've got to do the flooring. You do the demo, do the flooring. Then when the flooring's there, you've got to do the electric.
No, so I'm not wondering about the project management scope. What I'm wondering about is what type of updates we receive in terms of the materials that are required to actually do the job.
They have been ordered at this point in time. We continue
That's
to.
been confirmed by them,
Yes,
but without a date.
that's correct. Because they are waiting for a final timeline from us to make sure that it all gets shipped here at the correct time.
And it will be shipped directly here and we'd have to hold it, or it would go to their warehouse?
Right now, if we can do the December timeline, well, the winter break timeline, it would be shipped here and it would all be done.
So we already know our timeline of when we're closed for the winter. So what are they waiting for from us to say that? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, we've ordered the supplies. We don't know when they're coming yet.
Right. But they need to be able to either commit to the time that we can go, like the afternoon, immediately as soon as school's done, that day before a winter break, they can start, theoretically, with demo. I mean, am I
Yeah, can I
not making sense?
Can I help? Can I take a step back? Did Perkins Valley School District order supplies, or did the vendor we hired order the supplies?
We ordered the supplies.
And we don't know when our supplies that we ordered are coming in.
That's correct.
And because we don't know when they're coming in, we can't give our vendor that we're using an opportunity to say, hey, in December, we're going to be able to get this project done because this is when we're closed. As Ms. White is saying, we know we're closed December 1st to December 10th. It's not the real dates. The project can be done.
That's correct.
Who did we order the parcels from?
So we ordered the lighting from CM Meikenlob.
Okay.
That's my point.
So we didn't order it. We ordered it from a vendor, and the vendor's not able to tell us when the product's coming in yet.
Correct.
Got it. And it's a tertiary company that's doing the demo?
It is the same seating company that we ordered the seats from.
So can't we tell that company, for the example, hey, when your seats come in, if they come in before December 1st, rock and roll, put the seats in?
That would be great, but we've also got to be worried about the educational component of what goes on in that room.
Yeah. And we don't want to demo the room and then the seats don't come in and then the room's shut down for the entire school year.
That's correct.
A conundrum that could change tomorrow. You just don't know.
Correct.
Yeah.
So we're trying. We're trying to get everything in order.
So is the room being used for educational purposes,
Study.
or is it study? Is it study hall? Is that what we're
Yep.
talking about? A study hall?
And
And there's not another.
There's no place to put 150 kids in the building.
So I guess when the purchase order was issued to these folks after we approved it, the whole purpose of us approving it was to make sure that it got in queue to get produced and whatnot.
Correct.
So was there an expectation set of a lead time? I know that we had conversations about lead times, but once the purchase order goes in, the clock doesn't start until they get their commitment from us. So at that point, what day was the purchase order submitted, and what's the duration of time that we're waiting on an answer, I guess?
I don't know. We'll follow up and get additional information in the weekend letter. Well, I trust me, I don't think it's coming tomorrow. Because they also want to make sure that they schedule their crews at the right time as well. So that's the other component. Okay, any other questions on that? Any questions from the community? All right. Another piece of the puzzle, Middle School East Auditorium sound upgrades. Mr. Ganesh has been working behind the scenes. He's still waiting for proposals to come back. Again, it's an update. Most recently, we've had issues associated with the start of the opening of the school. And this is important for us to get this project done prior to concert season. So I know Mr. Ganesh is working hard on that. Any questions?
Yeah, so kind of going back to the last one as well. Will this be done by the concert? Like, can you tell us confidently, yes, this will be done by the concert? Or obviously it's the goal.
So we had 3 vendors come for the walkthrough, and that was the goal that was told to the vendors. We did get 2 proposals back from the vendor this afternoon. The goal is to bring it to the next week's board meeting for an approval, and with the goal of having the project done by December. That's the vendors are very clear on what our goals are, and that's been communicated to them.
So we're just about, I would say, we're at about 4 weeks.
Right. So
4 weeks to receive the materials and install.
So there's not too many components here. There's only about 4 speakers and a little bit of wiring to be done. Except
It's not that expansive that it's a complete, okay.
And one of the vendors did assure us that they have the equipment in stock.
Oh,
So
awesome.
depending on which vendor, we have 2 vendors.
Because remember, we have Thanksgiving week, we lose time, and then really December 1st is when.
Right.
Okay.
So they're very much aware of our timeline. That was clearly communicated to them, and that's a promise that we've gotten from them that we'll get it done.
Okay.
And our goal is to get this project approved by the board by next week.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have Dr. Clune, do you know what the concert is?
Well, it's not just East's concert.
Oh, because everyone's, yeah.
High school was there.
Yeah.
Yes, Mrs. Lofton.
I'm curious about the high school fall play. It's my understanding that the high school fall play is being conducted at the East Auditorium due to concerns that proposed construction might be taking place during the timing of the fall play, and the fall play is at East in November. Is the fall play going to have speakers?
So the current setup does work. We do have a backup in place that's been used. That's been in place for the last few months, and it's been working. So we do expect the fall play to work in order.
You said the backup plan that you had has only been in play for the last few months, right?
Right. So
Okay.
we already have the current setup in the speakers, the existing speakers, the house speakers in the auditorium. They've been working, and if they don't work, we do have a backup speakers in place as well, which are located in the auditorium as well.
And that's more recent, because I know in the spring, when Evergreen had their variety show, we lost speakers, everything was down. And it was a shame to see the students lose out on being able to perform.
This was after that.
It was after that. Okay, that was what I was curious.
Right.
'Cause I
So-
know that wasn't a thing back then. Okay.
Again, no, we couldn't get to the bottom of the issue. We had a couple of vendors, even the manufacturer, come out to troubleshoot the whole issue, and we couldn't get to the bottom of the issue. And since then, we've had a backup system in place, if in case something goes wrong. But since then, it's been working, and we are removing these things out and putting new systems in. Again, these are like 20+ years old. All right. Any questions on East Auditorium? Thank you.
Okay, so tonight we have Jamie Doyle here to help us to understand the impact associated with some of our options that we were talking about in regards to the ESCO 5.0 potential, and some of these other projects, what that might look like from a borrowing perspective. So, Jamie?
Is it okay if I pass these out?
I'll pass.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to be here this evening. I'm Jamie Doyle from PFM Financial Advisors, independent financial advisor to the district. And I always like to start my presentations talking a little bit about market conditions and the atmosphere out there in the market. So if you turn to page number 1 of my handout, this chart may look familiar to some of you that have been on the board for a while. This is 3 snapshots of the same index. This is the MMD curve, which stands for Municipal Marketplace Data. And what the top snapshot tells us is we're currently at the red line. So on the short end of the curve, meaning the first 6 or 7 years or so, we're above average to average. And then as you look further out on the curve, year 10 through year 30, you can see that we're still slightly below average interest rates, which may come as a surprise to many of you. You hear all of the doom and gloom on the news about all of the economic factors that go into the market. But we do continue to enjoy slightly below average interest rates today. The middle snapshot just shows the same index going all the way back to 1993, so you can get a more historic perspective. And the bottom is just a blow up of the last 2 full calendar years, 2020 and 2021, and the first 3 quarters here of calendar year 2022. So on that bottom chart, you can see when COVID became a reality in March of 2020, the reaction that the market had. You can see the all-time low interest rate point in August of 2020. And on the far right-hand side of that page, you can see where we currently sit today. If you look at page number 2, just a reminder or a recap in that middle section, In calendar year 2022, and we talk in terms of calendar years, not fiscal years or school years, because of federal tax law and the IRS. And so in calendar year 2022, you've already accomplished a refunding opportunity, and that saved net to the school district a little over $635,000 and locked in a rate of about 2.2% there in the middle. As always, as your financial advisor, I continue to monitor your debt portfolio for other such refunding opportunities, although that environment has become more difficult in the higher rate environment that we currently are in. But you can see in that bottom section, your next two call dates are on your 2016 bonds and your 2019 bonds, and those are both in calendar year 2024. So, you know, no guarantees what those will look like when we get to those dates, but we continue to monitor very closely. If you look at page 3, we are going to look at 3 different scenarios, option 1, 2, and 3, with regard to your phase 5 ESCO projects. And so the first option is just under $7.4 million. The second option is a little over $10 million, and the third option is about $14,275,000. In that next section, the IRS doesn't just let us go lock in interest rates or borrow money due to the interest rate environment. As always, you have to pass the reasonable expectations tests. And that means you have to have reasonable expectations at the time of settlement that you can spend 85% of the borrowed proceeds within 3 years, and that within 6 months of settlement, you can enter into a substantial binding obligation to spend at least 5% of the proceeds. So usually that's your ESCO contract itself satisfies that 5% test. And then the last prong of the test is just that you proceed with due diligence on the project or projects you've elected to undertake. That last section may or may not come into play. We'll monitor that very closely, but if it looks like you need to order supplies and get ready for the project before an issue could actually settle, you can use some of your reserves to make those early expenditures, pass a reimbursement resolution, and then that preserves flexibility and your right to reimburse yourself from those future borrowed proceeds if you so choose. On page 4 is a snapshot of your current debt portfolio. So if you do nothing new, you'll continue to make the payments on page 4. And this page is organized. If you see the top half of the page, that's your gross debt service on each of your various outstanding issues in columns 2 through 7. That means principal and interest payments. The bottom half is your local share after state reimbursement is netted out, and you receive state reimbursement on 3 of your issues, and you can tell which 3 they are at the bottom. If they have a PE percentage filled in, that's the percentage of that issue that was eligible for reimbursement, and that goes back pre-moratorium days. So that's grandfathered reimbursement that you're receiving on the 2016 bonds, the 2020 bonds, and the 2022 notes. Again, as always, we continue to monitor this page for refunding opportunities, and you can see all of your call dates along the bottom there. So that's the date to which you've promised those bondholders or note holders that they get to hold the debt at a minimum. And then on or after that date, it's your option or your option alone if you wanted to refund them or pay them off or restructure them. That's your option and your option alone. So the most important column on page 4 is column 16, or that annual net effect on your budget. And if you turn to the next page, you're going to see that same column 16 now becomes column 4. So if you did nothing, you keep making the payments in column 4. And in the blue, we called this phase 5 option 1. If you wanted to undertake in that top box number 1, $7,390,000 worth of ESCO projects, you can see in column 5 a conservative estimate of what that might look like. And so roughly, depending on the timing, roughly $300,000 or so a year as you look down column 5 until, and this is the wraparound structure, until your old debt in column 4 drops off, and then we start to fill in with larger payments. And the idea with this wraparound structure is to minimize the upfront impact to the budget and the upfront payment and still preserve the very nice, short, concise debt portfolio that you enjoy. So you can see in column 5, this would extend your debt portfolio one more year by a partial payment beyond where it currently goes. So your final payment would now be in 2034 instead of 2033. In column 6 is the estimated energy savings from this particular project. So you can see that would be a partial savings in fiscal year 2024, and then it gets up to the full running rate in the second year in 2025. Those energy savings are netted out of the payments, and at the end of the day, you'd be left with column 7, which is, you know, your old debt in column 4, the new payments in column 5, less the energy savings in column 6. So you can see the net effect of all that is column 7, which by state law must be overall level or declining, and that does comply with state law. So if you did that option, you can see what that would look like. And in column 8, the millage equivalent is roughly 1/10 of 1 mil, and it would hit in fiscal year 2024 with a minor decrease in 2025 and thereafter. So that's how you would read the options, and I won't belabor the other options quite as much, but that's basically how you would read this. So in the orange, we labeled that option 2. If you wanted to do a slightly larger than $10 million project, you can see what that debt service would look like in column 9. You can see in column 10 the energy savings are a little larger. It's a little larger project, so the energy savings are projected to be a little bit more. And you can see all in column 11 is what you would have at the end of the day, and that's about 0.14 mils of millage equivalent. And then finally on page 6, we went through the same exercise in the red for a project of $14,275,000. You can see what that new debt service might look like down below in column 5. This has the most energy savings in column 6 netted out, and the end effect, all in, old debt, new debt, less savings, is column 7, and that millage equivalent is about 0.19 mils. And that's if you issued, that issue is more than 10 million. You may recall me talking about 10 million or less per calendar year gets you bank qualified interest rates and a shorter 5-year call feature. So the red option assumes if you went that route, you would issue all of the debt at one time. You would get non-bank qualified interest rates, which are slightly higher, and you'd get an 8 or 9 year call feature. Or the green is just meant for comparison. It's the same exact project, it just breaks the borrowing into 2 pieces so that both pieces are less than 10 million. Both pieces would get the lower bank qualified interest rates and the shorter 5-year call features. And it gets you a couple other things. It gives you flexibility to do the final borrowing or the cleanup borrowing, if you will, when you're further along in your project and you see how things are going. It lets you size that final borrowing accordingly as opposed to doing it up front. And also, if you look at column 14 and compare it to column 8, you can see the millage equivalent hits your budget a little bit more gradually if you don't issue the debt all at one time. If you do it all at one time, it all hits your budget at one time. So that lets you smooth it in a little bit more gradually. If you look at page 7, I'm not going to go through all of these, but basically on the prior 2 pages in those options, I have used or would anticipate using a combination of numbers 1 through 6 or most of numbers 1 through 6. And we can customize those options however needed as far as sizing and timing. And then page 8, there is a sample motion for if or when you'd like to authorize the finance team to proceed and get the paperwork in order. You'll notice there's a blank for the option. And then finally, on page 8, the estimated timeline. I always like to show you the fastest that you could proceed. All the dates say or later after them. But if you were wondering how long it would really take until money would show up in your construction fund and be available to pay invoices, you can see this is an initial presentation this evening. If you were inclined to pass the motion above at your November board meeting, we could be back with said paperwork for your consideration. That's the parameters resolution as early as your December meeting. we could price the bonds and lock in the interest rates in January, and that would allow for settlement at the beginning of February, just to give you an idea of how long it takes to mobilize. So I know that was a lot of information. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have at this time.
Thank you, Jamie. So the reason that Ms. Doyle was here is specific to the follow-up of part of the ESCO and where we're going with the ESCO and some of these other projects. So once again, here is the snapshot of the proposed, where it stands right now for the ESCO 5.0 as reviewed. This is the same exact slide from slide 3. Just to reset and recalibrate where we're at. So that's 5.64 million. And then there are other projects that we continue to look at, such as outdoor classrooms and the geodesic domes, operations building, concession stand, patio pavers, music room upgrades. We are still waiting for the FCS room transition numbers, trying to bring it all back again. Middle School West track upgrade, anywhere from 226 to 577. Again, we're not recommending. We're trying to set ourselves up here for success moving forward. The East sound system that Karthik talked about. And then we have a couple of other items there that actually came off of the original $15 million proposal that as we were trying to garner where we were at. The high school pool pump, concrete floor, the skip-back sprinkler system repairs, and no, that's not a safety issue, that's just a regular repair issue. And then the high school stadium lighting controls, not the stadium lights, but the lighting controls that would allow for easier access through the internet to turn on and off the lights. That's about $3.2 million. There's obviously a couple of TBDs in there, and these are conservative numbers. So about 3.5 million. When you pair that up then with where we're at with the ESCO, that means we're looking at borrowing $9.14 million. Okay, so that's somewhere in the parameters. Jamie did a good job of setting everything up here as far as where the structures were. That's what we tasked her to do. If we did all 15 million, if we did somewhere in between, and so she gave us a pretty good understanding of where we're at. Dr. Campley.
And just glancing at this, and maybe I'm just not seeing it, the counselor, the additional space for the counselors, I don't see that listed here. Of all the things that you mentioned earlier.
Well, okay. So that would be an add to that again. So that would.
I was just curious. Okay. Thank you.
One of the reasons that might not be is if the costs are lower, we might be able to do some of that in-house, maybe. And that's the prerogative of administration. But there's a certain point in time where we got to be careful with the total dollar figures associated with the construction. And also we've got to be careful of the technical work of the HVAC repair. Do we need additional vents that need to be put in? That's not a big deal. But if we have to start running chutes of different aluminum throughout the entire ceiling, then that's a much different story. But yeah, that would be added, Dr. Campley. Okay, so sorry, go ahead, Dr. Mears, or Mrs. Mears. Sorry. Again, long day.
Just a small item, but the high school stadium lighting, we had talked about this a long time ago, but I had asked what the cost that we were paying to have people turn them off and on compared to the cost of implementing this. How does that, is there a differential? Is it cheaper to continue doing it the way we're doing it? Is it just, going forward, if just kind of a little ballpark would be helpful.
Yep, certainly we could look at that. If you ask those people that have to come in and turn on and off the lights, and of course we have to give them 4 hours then as part of their contract. So we've got to be, from that perspective, we always have things to do. So we don't have someone come in, just turn on the lights and sit there. But
I'm sorry, what is the issue?
Just how much do we as a district currently spend to turn the lights off and on is really the question compared to 60,000.
Do you have Musco? Is that who does the lights?
we have our own staff come in and turn on and off the lights.
You could get an app put on where the lights go off through.
Yeah,
an app.
that's, I think Mr. Fabrizio was talking about. Right now, the central guts are kind of not intelligent. So we need that intelligent stuff put in there. Mr. Fabrizio, anything to add? So you might also ask, what else do we have available to us? Because we do have quite an active fund situation that we've tracked over the years. So we do have a number of accounts. I will mention that the three middle accounts really are tied into ESCO, stadium projects, and ESCO 4.0 and ESCO 3.0. So the majority of those monies will go away. We do know that we are specifically looking at the concession stand. The LED scoreboard will be coming out of the Bond Series 2020A. We do know that we have sponsorships associated with that, but remember, the expense comes out of those bonds. The sponsorship goes back into the general fund, so that will be a down draw on that. So really those three middle ones kind of go away. They're already accounted for. We've got the $591,000 in the PSD LAF account, again, over the years of the different capital projects that we've had as a remnant. And then we do have a general fund balance reserve for capital projects at $2.5 million. Mrs. Hurd and I did sit down, we did review, and we are relatively sure of the $2.5 million, but I would always caution that these are not audited figures, right? There might always be something that we may have missed at the end of the day. The auditors will help us to pick that up. So roughly we have about a little over $3.1 million in our capital projects funds that we could use to offset these costs, okay? Obviously, we have huge infrastructure and asset capital management that we need to continue to go on. It's an ongoing concern for us. So the helping of a bond issue will help to offset some of those costs. Of course, there's return on investment of those items, and it maintains these dollars for the additional projects that might pop up in emergencies as well. I just wanted to go back and hit that slide because I moved forward. All right, so any questions or concerns from the school board as far as the $9.14 million bond issue? That would be part of the conversation piece associated with thinking as in the timeline that Jamie provided. Okay, any questions or concerns, let me know. We can always hit that up. All right. And that's in 5.03. Any questions from the community as far as that goes? Okay, thank you. Okay, so you might also ask, well, what also happened to some of those other larger projects of the $15 million? So in conjunction working with Mr. Subers and Mr. Mallory, what we're going to do is in Exhibit A in the ESCO program that you guys will be talking about, we're actually going to add the additional projects that we are not addressing in ESCO 5.0. Those are listed there. That doesn't mean we have to act on them. That doesn't mean that we're actually setting dollars aside. It just means we're considering them within the next 24 months associated with the ESCO 5.0. Mr. Subers, anything to add to that?
The proposal would be to add these items into the contract as possible additional work to be performed, and we would reserve the right to award that additional scope within 24 months of the execution of the agreement without going through the whole RFP process again. But it would require additional board approval to proceed with that additional scope of work. And it would be a menu of work, additional work that you could choose from.
Mr. Dorr.
Does doing that allow us to lock in these costs? For the
No.
24 months?
These are
There's
estimates.
a slight escalation provision in there. I think it's, I think what we had was it's tied into the increase in the CPI.
Yeah. So again, this is relatively new for us and would really help us to continue to move forward and give the board an opportunity in case it's favorable that we can address these issues, because we know these issues aren't going away. So high school replacement, the 12 RTUs, the 10 univents, They are still from the 1990s. They're some of the last remnants of that renovation. Middle School East, 101 thermal units. They're all original to the building, so they're approaching that 30-year mark, 25, 30-year mark. District-wide controls are the other offset from the other district-wide controls that are currently in ESCO 5.0. That would mean that the entire district would get it then. Middle school roof recoding, again, it's the unique roof. It's out of warranty. It's something for us to address. And middle school west window replacements. We may also be able to address some of these other things and some of those other funds that we have. But for now, we'll list them in the ESCO Exhibit A, so to speak, and that gives us an option that we wouldn't have otherwise. Any questions? Mr. Keenan.
Sorry, I just have one. I think it might be for Jamie, maybe. I don't know if it's out of the wrong time or not, but I just need to know exactly what the rates will be doing 1 year from now.
If I knew, I would be sitting on a beach somewhere.
So, nothing. I mean, you know more about this than I do, right?
We're in a rising interest rate environment. We expect the Fed to have a few more increases on the table here, but it's really
Which we'll
going
get
to...
caught in even if we move now.
Well, the market prices its anticipated next increase in. So the market's priced in 0.5% increase here for the end of October already. And it's busy trying to figure out the next meeting, which is 6 weeks later. So yes, there's going to be probably a couple more increases by the Fed that controls the very short overnight lending rate. You know, and then the rest of the yield curve doesn't move in exact lockstep, as you saw. We have some inversion going on right now. But if inflation gets more under control, you know, there's some school of thought that the increases could slow down and/or there could be cuts to rates.
Haven't we just seen some government spending put in place? I mean, I'm not talking about it. I'm just talking about, isn't there some more government spending happening now?
Yes, and that all would very much be part of it.
Well, so, but in terms of our rates, where do you see them in a year?
I think they'll be
A lot
higher.
worse?
Well, I think
A lot better? I mean, is that better or worse? Do we run into a bank today? Do we go to issue bonds? What do you think?
If we're talking about the magnitude of what I've showed you this evening, it would likely be a bond issue, but that's part of what we do. We do the dual track process. We evaluate if a bank loan makes more sense or a bond issue, and we've done both for the district. It's whatever produces the best economic answer. Once you decide, you know, exactly what you'd like to undertake, that's when I customize and help you decide the most cost-effective way to pay for it.
And, sorry, I do want to revisit, because I just didn't get enough information on it. What is that flexibility that was available to us for issuing $10 million versus $7.5 million? $7 million?
So this is federal tax law, so this is the IRS. If you issue 10 million or less per calendar year, you get a lower, it's called a bank qualified interest rate, and you get a shorter 5-year call feature. You want the shortest call feature possible, because that gives
Better.
you the greatest flexibility if something changes. You know, if there's an opportunity to refund it, you know, if you needed to restructure it and stretch it out for some reason, if you had a windfall and wanted to pay it off early, you want the shortest possible call feature. So breaking it into two pieces gets you bank qualified lower interest rates, the shortest 5-year call feature if it's a bond, and gives you the flexibility to size that second piece a little further down the road when you know how things are going.
And how's the bond market? I've never been in an inflationary market like this in my life, in my working life, but I've been involved in a lot of, in bond markets over the course of my public service. What's happening in the bond market right now? Are bonds losing value? Are they, what's happening to bonds right now?
So right now, bond volume is much lower. You know, there's just not as many bonds for sale or available to investors right now, and that's by and large because interest rates are higher, so refundings aren't working. Most of them, some are, but most refundings are not working. So It's a matter of new money or new dollars for capital improvement projects like the ones we're talking about this evening. So when bond volume's down, like right now, there's a greater investor demand than there is supply because the volume is reduced. So that works in your favor. The other things that can work in your favor as a seller of said bonds or notes, if it's a bank loan, it's a note, is flight to quality. So when something bad happens, the bad news you hear, whether it's Ukraine or whatever the bad news might be, that can cause a flight to quality. Investors want to park their money somewhere nice and safe. They want to know they're going to get their principal back. They're willing to accept a lower interest rate for that security and that nice, safe investment. It does not get much nicer and safer than Pennsylvania school district bonds, especially one with your credit rating. You have a AA credit rating with a stable outlook due to all the good work that you do day in and day out. And part of that is the reserves that you keep on hand. It's not all of it, but that is part of that credit rating. That excellent credit rating also reduces the interest rates, just like your credit in your personal life. The better your credit rating, the lower the interest rate is that you'll pay. So all of those things very much work in your favor.
And when does the bond writing run out on a school district? Just in general, since I'm new on the school board. You know, what's our ceiling?
So you have what's called your borrowing capacity or your debt limit, and that's state law. And I'd have to look up your exact numbers. I don't know them off the top of my head, but you have plenty of room. Plenty of room.
It's 225% of your average 3 years revenue. So we'd be in excess of 200 million, and we're only at 100.
Yeah, no, that's in terms of our repayment schedule and when we have to repay these bonds too. I mean, we're fine in terms of what our revenue is predicted.
You're more than fine. I'm looking at page number 4 of my handout when I say this. Your column 16, you know, even if you did the biggest project here, the 14 million and change, your final payment would still only be 2034. So, you know, we're a lot of years into Act 1 here. Act 1 was established in 2006 that, you know, constrains tax increases that you may or may not want to have. And so most Pennsylvania school districts go out a whole lot longer than 2033 or 2034. You know, they've stretched their debt out further, and you've done a good job of managing your debt and keeping it nice and short and concise.
That's it for now. Thank you. For me.
I don't take any of your stuff.
Any other questions for Jamie before she goes? Oh, okay. Phil, you have a question? You want to borrow a few million? Oh, okay. That's all right. Anybody else in the community? Okay. So one of the other things, I know Jamie mentioned that, is because of the good work that the business office does and the school board allows us to do with that AA rating. A lot of that has to do with budgeting and that process. And I know for those that have been around a while, this is not your first rodeo with bond issues for schools for Perk Valley. And this might be your first, Mr. Keenan. Yeah, but it's pretty fascinating stuff. And I will tell you that we've worked hard with PFM. They're a great financial advisor over the years. And our tight wrap means essentially we've worked our millage associated with the debt into our budget already. And so if nothing else changes, if we decide to do nothing, we're still coasting because we believe in level debt funding. And that's our philosophy. And that has really paid off in the long run. Okay. And of course, Jamie mentioned the resolution. Will continue to work on that. Okay, real quick. Ms. White asked Mike Hansen when he was here last month in regards to what happens if we spend all $15 million and take care of the entire ESCO plan 5.0 as presented last month. Well, Mike went out and plotted everything. So that's what's in here. You can see all the different buildings on the left-hand side, and the next year that we would have to address these major infrastructure assets, because that's just what was asked. I'm just showing it here as information because this is good work that we work with Mr. Hansen on, and he's very proud of this, so as I would be as well. So I'm sharing this with the board and the public that we continue to look long range, including 2059, when I would venture to say I'll be dust. But that's part of the process associated with that. So I just wanted to report out and get that in the record in the public, okay? Okay, moving forward on to Act 57 resolution. I guess I'm beyond the 47 minutes. Okay, Act 57 resolution is a new state law. And what it does is it allows school districts to waive additional fees for the late payment of real estate taxes for first-year home buyers or people that move into the school district. The law very specifically states, and Mr. Subers, I don't want to take you on in this regard, but the law specifically states that taxpayers are supposed to know when their taxes are due and what taxes they have to pay. We have had no ability to give or forgive anybody's debt payments associated with their taxes for penalties, fees, or any of that stuff, highly structured stuff. This act allows school districts to do that, and we would recommend moving forward with it. As a matter of fact, it's highly recommended and mandatory almost, because this gives these taxpayers in these particular incidences the ability to say a whoopsie, so to speak, and we can waive the penalty and fees associated with that. It's specific to the resolution. Mr. Subers, anything you want to add to it?
Just that it is required. It's required to be approved in October. It doesn't come into effect, though, until next school year's taxes, 2023.
2023.
Taxes. And it's of limited applicability. It's
Right.
when somebody doesn't get their tax bill because they're a new owner of a property.
Right. Okay, any questions on that? There is a resolution on there? Questions from school, or the community? Okay.
All right, what's the length of forgiveness or
They have
deferral?
12 months. If they don't get their tax bill, they have to pay, they get to pay it in full, I believe, within the first 12 months.
Does it still go through the same process and they just have the advantage of they just have the benefit of taking advantage of this?
Yes, yes. And without, they save the
Theoretically, would
penalty
there
and
be
interest.
some additional right of redemption created by this? I don't know.
No, I think it's just waiving the the penalties and interest on late payments where they attest that they never received their tax bill because they were a new owner.
I think a lot of this comes out of the pandemic when the U.S. Postal Service was hit or miss a little bit, and so a lot of tax bills went out or didn't go out on time. They weren't delivered on a timely basis, and so this is the reaction.
Haven't you heard, though, that, they didn't get their tax bills?
We have heard that in the past. Unfortunately, there's not much we could have done, but now this gives them the opportunity. I do envision that this will happen probably when it goes to the county to be collected in December 31st. All of a sudden, that notice will pop up.
But also to point out something a lot of us older people don't know, aren't paying attention to. You do mail out, on average, 2 tax bills, one to the resident and one to their mortgage holder, typically. Is it on many properties? Isn't that correct?
No, I don't believe so. We have one tax bill that gets mailed out.
Okay, so some tax collectors might mail out 2, one to the mortgage company and one to the resident. I don't know.
Typically, there's a huge file that goes up to the mortgage companies as well.
I mean, in
behind the scenes.
Collegeville, our tax collector, I think, issues 2 in a lot of circumstances. Maybe when you change a mortgage or something, they try to make sure that you get it.
I know we only print 1. So. Okay. Any other questions on that? All right. Snow removal, just wanted to let you know, Mr. Fabrizio and I sent an RFP out. We do have those results. They were due back on the 30th, but we want some time to go through them. So this is an action item for October 11th. Okay? Any other questions on that? Community? Okay. Mr. Ganesh. So the district continues to research digitizing our paper records. We've got a lot of records in storage, and our goal here is to move forward with some sort of digitizing. The total cost estimate, we're going to go out with an RFP, somewhere in the neighborhood of $200,000. We're waiting for a proposal, and we have different options associated with that. And this would take some time for us to implement over time, but we are overdue in doing this. If you've been in the administration building, up in the second deck, man, there's a lot of paperwork up there. And that's paperwork that we can easily store, go to digitizing them. They're much more accessible. And then moving forward, having this meet our 808, our records retention policy, 800 records retention policy, and proactively put them directly into technology and not use them with paper. Anything to add to that, Mr. Ganesh? Okay. Any questions from the board? All right. Any questions?
The data
from
will be stored how? On-site and off-site?
Multiple options. We are choosing to store it on-site, so this way, it cannot be accessed from outside our network. And we also have VPN access this way. Like if we need to get access of those documents, we can VPN in and access those documents from outside the district.
And is there a cloud backup?
We have much extensive backup rather than cloud. We have a DR environment, disaster recovery environment, where our entire infrastructure gets replicated to. We have that. We have a cloud infrastructure. We have on-site backups. We have a ton of backups. All right, thank you.
No action at this time, just keeping the board abreast of where we're heading with that. Any questions from the community? Okay. Act 1 index timeline. I know there is a lot going on here. Okay. Should have had that cup of coffee at 5. All right. Who put this together? Darn it. It was me. All right. So in front of the board tonight in the community are 2 different Act 1 timelines. The first is what would fall under normal Act 1 index process. And the major negative to that part is that we would have to have a preliminary proposed budget for 23-24 approved, reviewed and approved in February. However, this board has actively moved forward with the resolution, taking the resolution that we would not exceed the Act 1 index. This year, for the 23-24 budget year, the Act 1 index is 4.1%. That's pretty high compared to where we were last year. This year we were 3.4. The year before we were at 3.0. So it is rising. And so the timeline on the right would go along with the approval of the resolution. We have time to debate that and talk about that if there is a debate. I mean, last year we pretty much just moved forward with the resolution as is. So take some time and then we'll revisit this in November and then we'll have a vote if that's okay with the school board. We're in no hurry at this point in time. Any questions? Any questions from the community? Okay. True-up costs. Mr. Moran. He's in the dugout.
Thank you. Okay, good evening. If you average my time that it's going to take and Jim's time, he'll definitely be under his time that he was supposed to be, so this should be good. I know, 2 slides. All right, so true-up costs. This is our annual report on a comparison of the salaries for last school year. So if we take 21-22, the salaries that we had at the beginning of the school year based on our staffing compared to the salaries at the end of the school year based on our staffing. So for any new board members, we look at those individuals that are in place at the beginning of the year. We typically have some turnover from retirements, resignations throughout the school year, and then we compare the salaries at the end of our new staff compared to those at the beginning of the school year. So you can see in front of you, this is our first look at this is the teachers' professional contracts on the left-hand side. And you see when we compare those that were in place at the beginning of 21-22 to those that were in place at the end of the school year, comes to $254,114 savings for that school year based on our teacher contracts. One area I will point out, if you look at line 3 and line 9, and you look at the column of replace salary step placement, you'll see line 3 shows individual that came into the district, or the that retired from the district was masters plus 48 step 16. And then if you look at line 9, you'll see masters 48 step 15. That's because those are 2 different years in there. So we have somebody from 2021, which is the step 16, line 3, and then line 9 is actually year 21, 22. I just point that out because it looks as though someone at step 16 was making less than somebody at step 15, and that's because of the new contract that was implemented and the 2-year difference in those contracts. The right-hand side chart is the total savings of our administrative, confidentials, and supervisors. So our administrative assistants, our supervisors, and our confidential assistant salaries. When you compare those, we had 65,000, just over 65,000 savings for the school year. When we combine those two, it comes to 319,791. This savings is part of our unassigned fund balance. So when we talk about areas like Dr. Boyd brought up about the coaching position and the possibility of that coming out of our unassigned fund balance or true-up costs, which are included in there, that would be a potential area for us to use. That's salaries only. You will see at the bottom right-hand side, we have the FICA and PSERS. That's also an additional savings for those areas. One area that's not noted on here, and I just want to share that, is we also have some savings from our long-term substitutes throughout the school year. So anytime we have somebody that is out on leave, we replace them with a long-term substitute. Typically, their salary is going to be less than the individual that is on leave. So that's additional savings, but that has already been accounted for in our fund balance. So that's just another area to note. The business office is able to utilize those funds as well. Any questions, Mr. Saylor? Okay, any questions from the community? Okay, thank you.
Well, that's the way to end it. Thanks, Mr. Moran. All right, any questions? You know where we are. Thank you.
Now,
Thanks, Joe.
we've got 5.0, if you would like, if there are no objections, and we can talk about it, but we could move 5.02, 5.03, and 5.04 to consent. What do y'all think about that?
Just 502 and 504.
Yeah, 503 is a discussion, so
All right.
we had this, so just 502 and 4.
502 and 504. So we had 503, I guess. 502 and 504 to consent. Is that all right?
Yep, no
All right.
objections.
505 is a placeholder. 506. We have a report. Is that, is somebody giving the report, or am I?
Just there, just a report on grants and donations in
All
accordance
right.
with policy 702.
If there are any questions. And then we have 507 through 510. If there are any questions, if there are no questions, those will all be moved to consent agenda.
No objections. Thank you very much, Mr. Keenan.
Yep.
Dr. Kolar, payment of bills.
Section 6 will all be covered on October 11th.
Thank you very much. Ms. Evans-Brockett, professional personnel.
All items in Section 7 are on consent.
Thank you very much. Mr. Fountain, support personnel. Thank you very much. Governance, Mrs. White. Ms. White.
9.01, the first reading on policies as listed, and 9.02 is the motion to review, the continue of the reviewing of policy 832. Is there any discussion?
I have a question. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding this. If we vote no on this, it means that we're not reverting, but we're maintaining the current policy and saying that we do not want to move forward with any revisions. Is that accurate?
Yes. Ms. Evans-Brockett.
So the reason that we're here is because at a policy meeting in May, there was a a discussion that we did not do our due diligence before adopting this policy unanimously in August 2020. So really, at that time, it should have come to the board and been asked, is it the will of the board that we want to create this this task force? So I think we had a failure in procedure and how we handled things at that time. But I think the real issue comes down to, was there a need to form a task force? And I had a discussion last week with the director of policy at PSBA about the PNN that was read at that policy meeting that says that we should get together, that stakeholders should be involved, and that it should not be adopted in isolation. And she said to me that that's PSBA's recommendation with any optional policy, as opposed to, we have our mandated policies that are required, we have our legal liability policies, we have our PSBA recommended policies, and then we have the optional policies. So this falls under the optional policies. And in looking, we have 31 other optional policies that we have adopted as a board. So my question is, why is policy 832 the only policy that we have decided we needed to form a task force in order to review?
I'd be curious in knowing what the other optional policies are that we adopted.
So, actually, I did want to mention that because there are things such as policy 130, homework, but policy 214, class rank, which has definitely, that was just a discussion recently. We did not have a task force to discuss that. Policy 816, which this board just recently approved, which is district social media. We did not have a task force. We discussed it as part of policy committee where stakeholders came out and had those discussions. So again, I just question what the reasoning was that we needed to form a task force for this one particular policy.
I just want to piggyback on that in saying that of all of these optional policies that we could form task force on, I'm really curious why, when we had a robust policy that was unanimously voted for, that supported the Perkiomen Valley mission of we cultivate an inclusive community of learners empowered to grow intellectually, socially, and emotionally, why we would form a task force with the idea of streamlining things and watering them down. If anything, we should maintain the robustness that, quite frankly, lines up very nicely with our school mission and go from there, not go backwards.
So, first of all, we're having a discussion without a motion being on the floor. So there is a 9.02. Did you, there's no
Motion,
there's
but
no
I didn't know that it was being brought for action tonight. It's a work session.
Yeah.
Let me see what you're saying here. Yeah, I assumed that it was for next week. Was this for action tonight, or?
We didn't indicate tonight.
Did not?
We did not.
So, and I mean, it's a work session, so we're just talking about the work session item.
I can answer your question. I think I answered the question in the June board meeting. In the May policy meeting, prior to the May meeting, a student reached out to ask that policy 832 be discussed. I wrote the student back and told her that she's more than welcome to come to the policy meeting. You then specifically requested that I add it to the agenda because you didn't trust that I would allow the student to speak. We added it to the agenda. I had no idea what policy 832 was at that time, So since it was added to the policy, I did look up the PNN. When I saw that the school board at the time didn't follow through the process, I brought it to the attention of the superintendent and talked about it at the policy meeting. In the June board meeting, in the work session, the superintendent noted in her report that she was going to put together an equity task force. At that time, at the work session, no board member objected. It was also talked about at the subsequent policy meeting and work session. During the equity task force, it happened multiple times with multiple members in their community. No one objected to the drafts that were being presented to the board, and the board never objected as well. If there are other PNNs that PSBA thought there should be task force for, I believe that's the onus that we should do. It's very important that we involve our community in items. So if PSBA has optional motions, I do believe that task force should be created. So specifically speaking, when we're talking about the social media policy, and that I think you said it was policy 816, that's probably a good policy to implement a task force, should have had a task force implemented. I can't speak about the other motions because I wasn't around at that time. I'm just around now when 832 came up, and since I saw that there was no task force put out at that time, I thought it'd be a good idea. Dr. Russell put forth a task force, and they met 3 times over the summer with multiple people from all over the community.
So just to clarify, Mr. Saylor, the PNN does not say to put together a task force. It
The
says
PNN says that the policy should be catered and has letters, sample letters that go out to community and stakeholder members. So the onus of that is
I have it right here. I can read from it. It says an educational equity policy should not be adopted by the board in isolation of key education stakeholders such as teachers, administrators, staff, families, community members, and students, all of which participate in our policy committee. So I don't believe that this policy was adopted in isolation. So nowhere does it say task force. So I don't think that any of we've done anything wrong with any of our policies because we have public policy committee meetings where all of these stakeholders are invited. In addition, as some of our community members have pointed out, we had an equity an equity group that met for a good 3 years prior to adopting this policy. So I would say that this policy has had far more input than any other policy that we have. So I don't think that we did not follow the directives of PSBA at the time.
So, just to discuss that, if you go into Volume 3, June 2020, they have attachments to the PNN and what's recommended. I mean, I didn't even print out all of it, but there's at least probably 30 to 40 pages worth of recommendations for this particular policy and how to, implement it in your community and to discuss it. There are guidelines, there's all of that here, which I think is valuable now that we've had the task force and we had a large representation of people, and the board wasn't involved in that. And they and administration brought this revision forward. So to my mind, it's worth taking it back and continuing the discussion.
I guess my main concern with regards to that thought process, Mrs. Mayers, is that all of that information was available to us as sitting board members when it was brought to us the first time, and we unanimously approved it. So what about this information that you're looking at now is different from what you approved in August of 2020?
So I think it was July, or was it August?
Policy meeting in July, approved by the board in August.
We approved the original policy in August of 2020. So all of this information that, as it's adopted and currently in place, we reviewed it collectively and we're in unanimous agreement that this policy was well written and matched our mission statement and the will of the board at that time.
So I would say 2 things. One is, and I'm not I'm just wanting to respect the process of PSBA is strongly encouraging us to do this. We didn't do any of it. This was brought to us in the throes of COVID when our main focus, as it should have been, was, are the students going back to school? And if so, what does that look like? That was our main focus. And then I personally had a huge medical issue going on in my family that I did let the board president know and the superintendent know that I was there, but there were huge issues going on where I could not do everything that I needed to do.
So I guess which is regrettable, and we all have all different things happen in tandem with our other responsibilities, but I would say that the throes of COVID, although they were relevant and very time consuming, all of us didn't really have much of a
let me
summer
interrupt
at
you
all.
for a second.
And
It
I'll
was
just-
a matter
I'll
of
just
life and
continue
death,
to
so
say-
it's not just a regrettable fact. That's
I'll
what was
just-
going on in my
and-
family.
Understood, Mrs. Mayers, and I would never minimize any experience that any of us have that we have to balance in addition to our responsibilities. So all I will say is that in tandem to all of the COVID decisions and meetings and commitments that we had to, address, there was the task force and equity and inclusion work was happening all throughout that summer as well. So it's not as if any of it was sprung on anyone, and there was no abstention or any ask at that time to have clarification made. So regrettably, if what you're saying now is that had you been presented with this information in a different way, you wouldn't have supported it, that's fine. But at the same time, you're on record as having support of the motion as it of the policy as it stands.
So I understand that, and I'm not saying that I don't support our mission or a policy of equity, diversity, and inclusion, because that's not what I'm saying at all. I do. What I'm saying is now we have a task force where 30+ members of the community, and thankfully we have the community that came out tonight to speak and share their voice. That
Well, can I interject and ask a question? Let's throw out the fact of who was where when, and let's look at what the original policy was and what the proposed policy is, and that lovely packet of information you have there, and which of the two aligns itself better to what is being recommended. And I'll tell you right now, it's not the proposed policy. The proposed policy does not offer any type of accountability or transparency to protect our students. It is vague, and it needs to stay, the old one needs to stay in place.
So a couple times people have talked about, well, we've had this task force, we need to honor their work. But I think, again, we're overlooking the fact that there's been a committee of Partners for Equity and Inclusion for over 3 years. And I've been to almost every single one of those meetings for over 3 years. And that policy we voted on in 2020 was kind of the culmination of that work. And as was mentioned earlier, having hired consultants and really working hard to figure out how can we have a policy that accurately represents the mission of our district. So, I think it's really unfair to say we have to honor the work of the committee when what we're doing really is dishonoring the work that's been happening for 3 or 4 years prior to that. Yes. And the other thing I want to add is we have heard through email and through public comment that the task force doesn't even feel like the revisions represent the work that they did, and that really concerns me. And as board members, we weren't a part of the task force, so I can't speak to specifics, but I'm hearing that over and over again, that what has come out of that and what is being shown to us as the proposed revision is not what the task force had in mind.
So who finished the proposal? Wasn't the task force that did the proposal?
The task force contributed to what ended up in the policy, and then administration, that steering committee met, and there was an effort on my part to streamline the policy. We had talked about, so let me go back to the May conversation, the policy committee conversation that occurred in May, where there were questions raised about policy 832. And it was brought up that PSBA recommends a task force to review this policy, to come up with the language that's right for your community. There was also discussion of eliminating the policy at that meeting. Pretty rapidly was my takeaway. I did not want that to happen. So I was happy to form a task force, if that's what it would take, to engage in conversations and hear. There's never a waste of time, in my view, to hear from the community. My worry was that we were going to lose the policy. And while the task force convened and began its work, there were aspects of the policy that they really agreed with. So, for example, they dove right into the purpose and wanted to make that sound more positive. When they got to the terms and definitions, there were absolutely questions about some. They also wanted to add other ones. And then there was really rich conversation about the equity audit and the action plan. And in my conversations with the task force, I recommended policy is typically vague. Administrative regs tend to have more detail. So that was my focus. Again, I'm trying to get this policy to remain, to get it to a place where I believe represents common ground. That's clearly not happened. And I am very unsettled by the feedback that I'm receiving. I'm disheartened by it. This is not where I want us to be as a district, where this policy should be. So at a minimum, if the board does not revert back to the current active policy, and again, I have to think about the action to even say that, at a minimum, I want to continue to look at this policy and get it to where it needs to be for our community. It's not there. And, I've thought about this an awful lot, and it is clear based on the feedback that individuals have felt unheard and even potentially further marginalized. I'm not comfortable with that at all. So I'm sure. And I appreciate you sharing that, Mrs. Sadler. Again, we as a district have really been working diligently to try and recognize the barriers our kids face, the biases that we might have, and to do whatever we can do to help kids be successful. That's been who we are. And in my efforts to try and keep the policy, I sacrifice too much for our district and our kids. Not the intent. I was so worried about losing the policy and wanted to hear the voices. It is never a waste of my time to engage with our public. Absolutely not. However, where we've landed is not where we should remain, in my opinion. We need to continue this work, or we really need to seriously consider that original 832 and continue the conversations where I recognize we have questions. And there are trigger words, if you will. I don't love that phrase, but there are words that have raised questions, terms for us. Let's continue the conversations. We are an intelligent group of individuals who all wants to do the right thing for kids. Let's talk about it. We can talk through these things, whether it's as a board or it's part of policy committee. But I really feel after the past several weeks that we need to continue the work.
Russell, would that be, and I agree with everything that you've said, wouldn't that though mean to return the policy to the committee with everyone from here as well? I would love it. I thought the comments that were made were terrific. Having that group to be able to come up with something that they feel is going to be unanimously agreed upon by everyone, as close as possible within the community. Isn't that what I'm hearing you say?
I think, well, I'm not exactly sure. I followed that exactly, Mr. Fountain. I apologize. For me, the feedback that has been provided to us has truly been salient, and it's influenced my thinking, and certainly the voices that we've heard from are ones that have been really touched in a negative way by some of these changes. So, we as a board, we need to figure out, do we want to continue the conversation as a board? Do you want me to go back to the task force and engage these individuals? I'm happy to do that. Or do we go to policy committee and do we think about policy 832 as it exists? And do we talk about it as a committee? I think we have to figure out, how do we continue to move this work forward? Right now, if the board is not going to keep the current policy 832, and there was some good feedback from the task force, then the work on the version 3 needs to continue, in my opinion. Now, whether we take from the public, that can be difficult sometimes when there's a lot of voices. It's more organized in a committee setting sometimes, or a task force. Either way, these voices have influenced my thinking, so I'm hoping that they also influence the board.
So you just went through some different options, whether it's having a new task force or bringing it back to policy, but the option I'm not hearing is just leaving the policy as it is for number one. And then if we want to make sure that we follow through, somebody suggested having an action plan. So maybe, I would like to see that as an option. Just leave the policy as it is, as it was approved in 2020, and then continue the work, but not necessarily continue rewording this policy.
Yeah, I think what I heard you say, Dr. Russell, is that you were trying to appease the board, or what you thought you needed to do in order to keep this policy in any shape or form. And that saddens me, because it's not what's in the best interest of our students. And so my question to administration is the policy as it was written and adopted in August 2020, has it been beneficial to this district in the 2 years that it's been in place? Have we seen changes that have resulted from it? Are there action steps that have been made as a result of this policy?
So I'll answer that. I just want to go back, Mrs. Evans-Brockett, to your comment about my efforts to, as I described to administration, get this policy across the finish line. I do not want to presume anything on the part of board members and how they would have ultimately voted. So it was that policy committee meeting that raised some questions for me and led me to agreeing to working with a task force, which is something that I always enjoy engaging in. Has the policy supported our efforts? I would say yes. I mean, it has continued to help us to focus on advancing our mission and considering what it is students need to be successful. And we are thinking about that more, and we are creating a greater awareness in ourselves as well as our staff to be able to do that better for our students. Whatever their barriers may be, whether it's English as a second language, or a dysfunctional family at home, or economic disadvantage, it doesn't matter. But we are making efforts to get better at recognizing these things and addressing them for kids. And that policy is symbolic. I've mentioned that. It's representative of who we've been and want to continue to be moving forward. So I would say yes.
So do you feel our time would be better spent reviewing this policy, or keeping the policy as is and forming an action plan as was suggested by Mrs. Sadler?
I would certainly be fine to take the policy as is and develop an action plan with a group of individuals. However, the board has to support that as well.
I support it.
But that would be a recommendation from administration.
Yes, I would support that. So the work shifts from revising policy to instead using that policy to help us to recognize where we have needs and an action plan can support moving forward.
So I would propose that we amend the motion for next week to state that that the board is going to, or the district is going to form a. I don't even know if we need to have a motion to do that. I think it's just can be. But I would move to strike this motion
And I second
from
that,
the
I agree.
agenda.
A motion to remove this. From the agenda. That is correct. We have a second. Roll call, please.
Could I ask a question first? Okay. If you're talking about removing this one, I'm still trying to understand and gather further
Based on the
information.
motion that's on the floor right now, if we remove 9.02.
With no efforts to work on it.
That's not true.
Well,
The recommend, administration is saying action plan.
Well, can I ask a question, because then,
About the motion.
yep, well, okay, it's not about the motion, it pertains to making changes to 832, but,
We're in a motion
Yep.
to remove.
So it's not going to be worked on?
No, I can't say that. We're in a motion.
they're trying to defend.
I'll go first on the roll call, no.
Dr. Campley?
Yes.
Mr. Dorr?
No.
Mrs. Evans Brockett?
Yes.
Mr. Fountain?
I would say no.
What?
I would say no. I'm not ready for that yet.
Mr. Keenan?
No.
Dr. Kohler?
Yes.
Ms. White?
Yes.
Mrs. Mayers?
no.
I have 5 noes.
So we're back to the regular 9.02.
Now, can we go back to what Dr. Russell was talking about a while ago? What are you saying is your feelings moving forward in order to enhance what we are trying to provide for our kids and for our students and our community? What are you suggesting?
So my suggestion is, as I've mentioned, if the board does not opt to maintain policy 832, and we've recently added the idea that if the board did that, we would form an action, we would form a task force to help develop an action plan. Where does the district have needs? Where can it do better?
Right.
Right now, my recommendation is version 3 is not where we need to be as a district. That if the board opts for continuing to review and revise, I want to take that on, and I'd like to take some of the feedback that's been provided by the community and incorporate it into that version to update it and get it closer to where we need to be and want to be as a community.
I would just, go ahead, Dr. Kohler, and then Ms. White. Go
I
ahead.
just want to say, though, a few minutes ago, your recommendation was to keep the policy as is and then form an action plan committee. So that is what we just voted down. That's what 5 people voted against.
So I am I want to make sure I'm 100% in favor of having this policy, but I'm in favor of having this policy through the lens of the people in our community. And it is clear that there's still work that needs to be done. But there's no way we should be taking a template that was formed by some stranger, that was thrown on a website, that most school districts in this state did not do. They did not accept the template. They revised it. The school districts that did nothing with it were wrong. And the vast majority of school districts in Pennsylvania did not even discuss this policy and don't have this policy, and that's wrong. But the school districts that took this policy and that created communications within their community did it correct. We're close. We're not there. There have been, through the policy meeting and conversations tonight, some really phenomenal conversation points. And I wish that when the invitation for the task force went out and when the updates were sent throughout the summer, that these conversations happened, that it didn't happen right before the policy meeting and tonight, so we can continue this good work. I don't think anyone on this board wants to get rid of policy 832 to where it's removed and it's a blank statement. I can't imagine that happening, and that should never happen. But what we should do is cater it that it fits our community. And fitting our community is meeting with members of the community, having hard discussions with people, and coming back to the board with something that everyone in this community can be proud of. And I think that work can be done, and it should be done, and we're close to it. Yes, and go ahead.
So I guess to your point, Mr. Saylor, and I appreciate the idea that you had started out the whole conversation about how you didn't even know what 832 was initially when it was brought up. And that was very honest. And so since then you've found out probably more than you ever thought you would about policy 832, right? So you hadn't been previously in the conversations leading up to it, understandably, with regard to what your role was at that time. But when you talk about the fact that policy 832 doesn't reflect our community, all of the feedback that I've heard via email, here tonight publicly, last meeting publicly, at the policy meeting, 2 weeks ago, whatever, I'm hearing, and what I feel is that policy 832, as it stands, does reflect the community and does reflect what people want to have as part of the protection and acknowledgement in their public school. And so what voices are you talking about that aren't represented or that are somehow against the language that is in the current policy? And where are those people? Why are they not here telling us about all of the things that they don't like in the policy?
So first, I would say that board meetings are in public, not for public. So the 24th hour conversation that we've received has been phenomenal. But starting in July, there was a Padlet or some form of document that the administration put out where you saw people who attended the task force. You saw, I'll say, you saw like this Padlet that was created, that was put out, that the administration put out, and you saw, come to order, please. We're having a board meeting. I'm discussing with another board member. The public in section 10.01 will get an opportunity. So there was like a Padlet with the little stickies where we had the opportunity to look at all those comments. I found those comments fascinating, the back and forth that happened. I didn't agree with what everyone said on those comments, but I found that conversation important. And I found that we were able to find people from different spectrums of our society to come together and talk about this policy, very important. And I don't think we should just disregard look, you can say, dude, you were so wrong in May, you were talking out of your ass, this should never have happened, and it was totally wrong what you did. And that's perfectly fine. But we can't forget that since May, that multiple members of our community, 30+ members, have met 3 or 4 times and work was done. We just can't turn that off. You could say, I don't like the way it was done wrong, you had political thought processes and why you could, all that, but we can't ignore the fact that the meetings happened and the feedback is there for us to see.
Yeah, and I acknowledge that. That's absolutely valid. But to your point about the meetings that happened in the Padlets, I followed along with that discussion, and as a board member, but the public at large didn't. Only the task force was privy to that. So at this point, now that we've kind of come full circle, in terms of having dialogue and discussion, my takeaway from the way things came to fruition from May was that the task force needed to do its work. So my dialogue and input throughout the process, I didn't see that there was any good place for that, because I needed to know what the feedback and the end result of the task force, what the takeaway was, what the deliverable was. And so since that deliverable was presented at policy, what I've heard is that, number one, the voice of the public during the policy meeting, not during the board meeting where it's just for us, but at the policy meeting, that they were not in agreement with the revisions. That's what I've heard. Hold on,
that
just
spoke in favor
give me
of it.
2 seconds.
Sure.
That, number one. And number two, the other thing that I'm hearing is that the work that was done before that task force, before the policy, we all had Padlets for those meetings too. So all of that work shouldn't be undone. And there were more than one type of voice in the room at that point too. So there's a history and a succession of this work. But based on, this 9th hour or whatever, I don't agree with that, in the sense that now the task force work is not the will of the community at large, is what I'm hearing. So it's maybe, and I don't know that it's necessarily the will of the task force. From what Dr. Russell has communicated tonight, her feeling was a compromise position as opposed to accepting and moving forward with an action plan.
The work that was done from this secondary task force that we're talking about, right? They didn't write policy 832.
I know.
So we're all in agreement that that task force, and I went to those meetings before I became a board member, and they were emotional, they were important. But yeah, but none of that contributed to the policy that the board passed, correct?
Understood, but I would say that the work that was, I would say, in my opinion, if I were to be a policymaker and lawyer person that creates these things at the state level, that language reflects the work that I feel was a culmination of those meetings. That's my feeling. That's my vote. But what you're saying is that the task force Padlets and the culmination of the 30 people handpicked task force, that input is more important than the community at large and what's good, what's for like the good of the group.
No, because I'm not in favor, nor did I make a motion that says take the version 3 and make that policy. I never said that. I think we should continue the work. I've never made a motion, there's no motion on our agenda that says take the final version from August, version 3, and say that should be policy 32.
Okay.
I'm not in favor of that at all.
And I accept that, but doing the work and continuing the conversation is a separate thing than revising policy.
I think
Because
you
the
can do
policy
both.
can, but I don't know that there's necessarily a reason to do both. I think that's the part that I'm sort of
Well,
having a.
yeah, I'll get to that because I disagree with something somebody said. So the current policy, as it's stated in May, you stated that there were things in the policy that the school district doesn't currently do, correct? Like we don't look at east versus west, correct? We look at middle school. We don't break down information by the information that's put in the policy, and it sounds like the current policy is a policy that's actually not necessarily followed because it's been 2 years now and we don't have the information that one of our members of our community has talked about, which is an equity plan. Like I don't think when you're going to have a policy that's this important that it should be vague. I think it should be direct and to the point. It should have timelines. It has expectations. It should have results. It shouldn't be something that we're not capable of doing because that's not the way our school district does it. And the reason why it currently does it is because somebody in Harrisburg wrote it and then they said, fix it to your school. And that's a step that we're doing out now. We should talk about in a new 832 what specifically an equity plan is going to be. When do we look at the data deliveries? How often does that information get settled? Not the superintendent and some subordinate on a yearly basis should do something. Not that, well, it's been COVID, so for the 2 years we can just assume that nothing's been done yet. We should get to the point where it's direct and to the point and it results are oriented in a business setting. And I know that's hard because it's a public education, and a public education, everything is vague and it doesn't run like a business. But if we're going to have a policy specifically like this, I think it should be direct and to the point and have goalposts that aren't vague and that aren't fake. They should be real and actionable, and most importantly, someone should be held accountable to those results. When I hear that a 10-year-old girl picked up a book and the book had an explicit word in there that makes that student feel bad, an abhorrent word is in a book in a school district that I sit on a board for, and we're going to talk about a policy that's a piece of paper. I want to change this piece of paper into an actionable result so that no student should enter our buildings and feel as though they're being made fun of because of their color, their skin, how much money they have, what shoes they have on, what they can't afford to eat or not eat or trip to go to, and not have it some piece of paper that everyone feels as though, well, we've done something. Because 2 years later, I just found out that a 10-year-old girl read a book that had the N-word in it. And that
So
is...
I just want to interject real quick because you two have been going back and forth for a while, and I just
like each other.
Okay, well that's nice.
Okay.
It's getting late, and I have a few things to say. So first of all, I really want to caution you to say some man in Harrisburg. Pennsylvania Department of Education is run by educators who do the research and have the information. They're who we look to guide our public schools. They're not some Joe Schmo just pulling things and throwing it out there and saying, hey, maybe this will stick. They really do have information because they're well-researched educators. Okay, so I just want to make that very clear. The other piece is you can say there were very sad stories in here, but if we look at the policy, what needs to happen isn't to change the policy, it's to enforce the one that we already have in place. What should be happening is as part of the professional developments that's listed in here is to go through the curriculum, look and see how it aligns, and make sure that there aren't books like that that are doing, putting people of color in an uncomfortable position. Those are action steps that need to be gone through with the policy. If you don't have the policy in place, a policy that we have here, this robust policy, this policy is actionable. Now that parent has come forward, it can be researched and looked into, and action can then be taken. There can be accountability. The policy that's being proposed, no accountability. Those stories fall on deaf ears at that point, and that is not okay.
Other discussions? Dr. Kohler.
So it's late, and I don't want to keep talking in circles, but I do have to say that I take offense to you making comments that we just took a template and threw it up there and made a policy, because that is not how that happened. Again, you don't seem to be understanding that we've had committees in place for several years, and many of us in this room have worked hard to really think about what meets the needs of our students. The way you make it sound is that we just took some thing off the internet and made it our policy, and that is not what happened. I think that we have said over and over again, the policy as it stands is really workable and we can take action on it. I think what you're talking about is more of an action plan. You're talking about these specifics and addressing specific things that have happened in our district. That's not the policy. The policy is there, so let's keep it there and let's make action plans based on that policy. I think we're just talking in circles, and hopefully we want the same thing, and I don't know why we can't meet that goal with the policy we have. And again, I'm not going to keep arguing this, but it is very unfair to say that we just took this policy and threw it into action without thinking about it, because that is not what occurred.
Other discussions?
You'd said something a while ago that struck a very strong chord with me as far as the idea of the version that came out of the committee. Is that a version that I would want to say is our policy? No, I don't. But I do think that what you were talking about a while ago, Dr. Russell, is that with the effort to put something together, it sounds like to me that a lot of what's being said is kind of an all or none. It's either this way or that way. And my feeling is that there's more to it than that. We need to look at more than just an either or. I don't know exactly what that would look like. I have no idea. but I think that it needs to be that next step up, not just the either or. Because that's why I said a while ago, I'm not happy with what came out. I was pleased with the fact that it came out from a committee of the community, but I don't think it is far enough, as you said, Dr. Russell. So how do we get to that piece? I mean, what is that proposal look like?
It's there already.
Hmm?
It's there already.
Just to be clear, Dr. Russell stated that policy 832, as it currently stands, is a good policy and is one that she recommends, and that her recommendation is to start with an action plan. So I just want to be clear that that has been stated, that the current version of 832 is the recommended version, and now it's time to take action. Instead, we're going to spend more time having discussions about how the words look in policy when we have kids who have been waiting years for us to take action. You're all upset about hearing this one story tonight. These people live with this trauma on a daily basis. And for us to continue to just have these conversations and not take any action is maddening. And I'm just so disappointed in where this district.
The voters have taken action. The most inequitable thing that could have happened, that anybody could have imagined happen, was the school remaining closed in the fall of September 2020. And it did. It remained closed,
Ask
and
that
that
we
had
restore order
horrifically
to
inequitable
what we're talking about.
consequences.
This has nothing to do with
That
policy
is
832.
exactly policy 832.
do
It's the
with
one
equity.
you put in place.
Nothing
They
you're
don't even
saying
want. They
has-
don't even want to talk about it.
Because it has nothing to do with equity. You
The
tell
test
me.
scores that I've been
I ask
yelling
that
about,
you restore
screaming about,
order
they don't even want
and
to talk
stick to
about
the
it.
agenda.
And everyone, well, Mr. Keenan has the same right to talk as every other board member. You might not like what he has to say. It might take him a little bit to get to where he's going, but he's got the same, he should be afforded the same right as everybody else. So, you know, it's like a constant barrage of every time Rowan speaks that everyone wants to say he's out of order. He has the same right to talk as everybody else, and he should be respected just like everybody else. I interrupt people, and I apologize a lot.
I apologize for interrupting. If I did, I did think you were done, and I thought you had spoken several times. The compromise that came out of the meetings was a compromise, and I will never meet on this policy in the middle with us being 100% in agreement with every word and every part of the policy that you want, and the parts of the policy that I don't want or don't see a need for. I honestly don't think policy 832 is necessary. It does not further educational purposes. Every student is respected, is included, and we already have policy 103, which states, and it is straightforward, that the board, it's the philosophy, 101. It states very simply that a democratic society is founded on the worth of each individual and the value of his, her unique contribution to that society. The board is committed to providing a system of education that will offer educational opportunities offer equal educational opportunities in accordance with a student's interests, abilities, and needs, consistent with available resources. Now, granted, that's pretty short, but it encapsulates all of the goals that are in policy 832. Now, that is a general statement of policy. And to go down the political rabbit hole and hijack these students' education to indoctrinate them in a certain way of thinking about each other and about the way you think the world should be managed is not appropriate. This is a school where we need to be educating our kids. 2 + 2 should not be a political battleground. 2 + 2 = 4. That's it. Thank you.
Any other discussions?
Mr. Saylor, if I may, you know, we've sort of gotten to a place where I think all of us were probably really hoping we wouldn't reach. I mean, these are conversations, and they're very challenging conversations for different reasons across the Commonwealth and actually the nation. You know, as I reflect upon that May Policy Committee conversation, I understand what you were recommending and wish that I had responded with some of the historical work on the part of the district, and I didn't inform you of that. And maybe that would have helped to offset getting to where we are, but know that I regret that. And if I had taken a few more minutes, I was really sort of caught off guard, but if I had taken a few more minutes to really describe to you some of the work of the district, maybe that would have been supportive of your thinking and led you to feel differently. However, I do appreciate and recognize the why of the task force, and again, it's never a waste of time when I engage with the public. However, we're now at a place where, as a board, we need to make a decision. And can the board be comfortable with operating from Policy 832, the active version, and developing an action plan? Or is it the will of the board to continue the review and the revision of that current version 3? I think that's the question before us.
Right now, we're headed to having a motion next week to continue to review Policy 832. Isn't that the
Yes.
order that's on the table? And that's what is in place right now. And I'm not happy with it. I would like a motion to remove Policy 832. And we don't need to be having these conversations. We don't need to be at each other's throat. We don't.
Any other, go ahead.
If it's okay,
Yeah.
I apologize I don't mean to monopolize the conversation. I know I've spoken several times, but I wanted to just say thank you to you, Mr. Saylor, because I think that you said something very valuable in your interpretation of where we are right now. And that is that Policy 832 is not being enforced as it was written to the appropriate level. And I think that what 832 represents as it stands is where we want to go as a school district. And I think that Policy 832 should be enforced with an action plan. And I think that there were some other things that were going on, understandably, that didn't allow the momentum and the work that led up to 832's adoption to actually be executed in the last 2 years. So you said something very valuable there, and I really do believe that if, in understanding where we are today, you can see some of the history and hear more of the stories, especially of our secondary students. They're heartbreaking, like chilling, directly from their mouths. And to know that there are some in the community that want to invalidate the experiences that they live in and out day and day. I know, Mr. Saylor, that you want to see those kids protected, and I know that you want to see that this policy is enforced with the good intentions that it is in place with. And I think that that's where we need to get to. I don't think that we should argue over language. I think that we should talk about tangible enforcement and actually move the community forward.
Any other discussions? Seeing none, that ends your section. Comments from the audience? Mr. Mayor.
Is that on now? Thank you. I think, Mr. Keenan, the policy that you referenced a little earlier that deals with equality does not address equity. And we're talking about equity, not simply equal opportunity. There's so many people in this country that live life behind the scratch line. People of color, women, LGBTQ persons are not having an equitable share in this conversation. Since 1968, I was 17 years old on April 4th, 1968, when Martin Luther King was killed. So when I began my journey towards attempting to make life more equitable for all persons. With the gains that we made from 1968 onward, at every step of the journey, there's been a move to push back whatever has been done. So many of us live our lives as a resident, as a mayor, as a person in this community. I live my life with an hermeneutic of suspicion. So when we place something powerful and transformative on the table, as this policy that was adopted 2 years ago, and then new persons come and then say, well, that's not right. We don't need that. I'm here to say that I believe that some in our community need to be just as uncomfortable as I am every single day, attempting to raise black girls and attempting to share in the plight of my neighbors. So to me, for this committee, for this board, to not say, let us affirm the current policy and then address an action plan with regards to that, but instead to debate the merits and change language, to me says there is something sinister going on, and that concerns me. It concerns me that a vote of 5-4 was just taken to say no to something very constructive. I think we need to deal with equity. I think we need to deal with equality. I think we need to deal with justice. And I think that the original plan that Dr. Russell was saying, let us affirm the current policy and then move towards an action plan with regard to that is the right way to move. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any other discussions? Lofton?
Judy Lofton from Skippack. You know, I was looking over some survey responses from Safe Collective, and they had a series of Week of Change testimonials. And I'm going to just recommend that the board ask for a copy of this, because I was thinking about reading some of this out loud, but the fact of the matter is it's vile and abhorrent, and I don't want to say it out loud, what our students tell us is happening to them in our schools. It's disgusting. And then reflecting on that, and then reflecting on our last policy committee meeting, when I asked Dr. Russell for an explanation for why some of the changes were made to the policy. The explanation was, well, some community members don't like that. And I asked, well, can you help me understand what their objections were? And Dr. Russell very diplomatically declined to explain to me why certain words or phrases were removed from our equity policy. And that disturbs me. If people aren't willing to say publicly why they want to change the policy, why they want to take certain phrases out of the policy, why they want to remove whole sections of the policy, then that shouldn't be the recommendation that comes forward. So I would urge you, if we are going to continue this discussion, that it happens publicly, Because if people aren't willing to say what they think about this policy publicly, if it's just being done through back channels and behind closed doors, then that shouldn't be what is brought forth for our community. Thank you.
Any other comment?
I was going to have something to say, Mr. Saylor. Mr. Keenan, that really bothered me when you said that we're at each other's throats. I know I was a little passionate at the last meeting because I think I was, like I said, I was really in a state of trauma at the amount of strikeout that was in that proposed policy. I'm not at anybody's throat. I just want what's right for all kids. I just want what's best for all kids. It's not about my my religious belief, my political beliefs, or anything like that. It's about what's best for kids. And you know, I always tell my children, I tell the students that I interact with when I was in the classroom as an educator, I always treat people the way I want to be treated. And I want someone to be looking out for me just like I look out for other people's kids in my profession. I don't feel like some of the board members are looking out for my children or for the children in our community. I can separate my personal beliefs, my religious beliefs, my political beliefs when I'm thinking about children, because it's just something wonderful about children. I love children. That you learn so much from them. They engage you. They're inquisitive. They're honest with you. They're open with you. And I don't feel that this school board gets it. And I think the direction that we need to move is what I said when I stood up here. We need to develop an action plan. You said it, Mr. Saylor. Hey, we need to do some things. If we're looking at all of our data and we're looking at those areas of strength that we have as a district and also the areas of need as a district, we can develop actionable goals to meet those goals and come up with action steps to help us meet those goals. To me, that's the next step we need to be in. The language is the language. You can say tweedledee, tweedledum for all I care, but we need to have an action plan based off the data from the district, school process data, demographic data, student achievement data, perceptions data. We need to look at that and come up with an actionable plan so that we can say in a year, hey, we've increased the diversity of our staff by 10%. Woo, that's something that we can celebrate. Yes, great job. That's one of our goals. Hey, we want to close the achievement gap with our students of color or Latina. Hey, this is where we are now. In a year, hey, this is where we are now. We closed the achievement gap by 5%. Those are actionable steps that can be measured. So me personally, that's the direction we need to go as a district. The language, we're fighting over silly stuff. Come up with a plan, like you said.
Todd McKinney, Collegeville, Pennsylvania. I stand here having heard lots of things tonight. I thank the board for your time, your effort, and trying to do the right thing. I've known you for a long time, Dr. Russell. Mr. Saylor, I've known you for a long time. So I don't say this lightly. I sit around this room and I look at the trappings on the wall, the hangings, the pictures, the sayings, and it's just a paper tiger. Because what is happening in these schools, my two kids have come through the school, yeah, those stories. And the thing as parents of kids of color, we tell them, you have to persevere and push on. Because we care about every child, white, black, yellow, brown, because we know we don't get the full measure. We get the short end of the stick. So we gotta root for everybody. But we know that's not the way. Because a lot of people aren't rooting for us. And I don't care what your political affiliation is. Think about the kids. Think about the kids. Because unfortunately, People seem to think that we're all the same, we're all equal. We're not the same, we're not equal. It has never been that way in this country. As a black man, when I walk out that door and go home, my chances of being treated differently than yours or yours is a lot different. And that's how our kids are too. So again, get this right. Just get it right.
Any other discussions? Seeing none, comments from board members? Oh, go ahead.
As an officer clarification.
What's this?
As an officer clarification.
Sure.
So, for those who don't know, I'm Mr. Willis. I am the coordinator of equity and inclusion and community engagement for the district. Part of my work that I've done earlier, the statement was made that a fifth grader or a book was being read aloud and it had the N-word in it. And I would like to clarify that I've worked with that parent and I've worked with that school in that situation. The N-word that she was referencing was Negro. It wasn't the heinous word that I will not repeat. The conversation that we had was around the book and the implementation of said book in the classroom, and that it has been around for 28 years. And it was a rich conversation that we guided ourselves through where we can learn from each other, where the district is, what the intent was, and what the teacher was really trying to do. The teacher was having a wonderful dialogue with her students, not being race aversive, but actually stepping in and trying to have a dialogue with the students to gain more access, to give more access to all students. And it didn't work for this particular student and his family. So we had a rich conversation around how we can move forward and how we can guide each other as a district to help support all of those students. If you want to look up the book, I can give you the name. It's The K, C-A-Y. If you don't believe me, please feel free to go look at it. But in part what I do when I'm here is to hear those stories of kids. And I talk to the parents, and I help guide and build capacity for the administrators in our district so that we can do this work in a meaningful way. I often start off with conversations that are simple. We all love our kids. I don't think anyone can argue that one. I start my conversations from a point of belonging because I don't want to argue equity or inclusion, but I want to talk about belonging and how people feel when they are in a space where they don't have to change who they are to exist in that space. And despite your opinions or feelings around that, I listen to the stories on a daily basis. I hear the stories of kids being called names. Principals call me and ask for guidance. Parents shoot out emails and ask for guidance. And yeah, it's emotionally taxing. This is the most emotional taxing job I've ever had. And I've been in education for 20 years. I love kids. I love all kids. I don't care what they look like. But the reality is this, there's work to be done. There are challenges. I enjoy the work that I do because it supports all kids. White, brown, black, or indifferent. All children will learn from equity. All children will grow. All children will be healthy as long as we continue to love children. And that's the work that I do. I know from day one, I know there was a political attachment to my role, and I acknowledge that. But I say focus on one thing, and that is kids. So I just wanted to clarify that for you. I know there was a lot of concern about that, the N-word statement. I think the parent was emotional. I will gladly check in with her to make sure, but you can look at the book, The K, and see for yourself the word Negro is used, and the teacher was doing it appropriately, in my personal opinion. I apologize for keeping us here later tonight. Good night.
Any other discussions from the public? Seeing none, comments from board members. Ms. Evans-Brockett.
Thank you. As an upper middle class white woman, I understand that there are so many privileges that I experience that many of you in our audience and your children do not, and my child does not. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you for coming out tonight. Thank you for coming to the policy meeting. Thank you for emailing us. Thank you for keeping us doing the honest work that we need to be doing, because it's frustrating. It's been years and years that we've been having these conversations without any tangible things seeming to happen. And that's just what I see as a white woman. So the frustrations, the traumas that you deal with on a daily basis, and for you to come out here and continue to push for this work, it's just so appreciated. Thank you.
Dr. Polar?
I wanted to say something very similar. I wanted to thank everyone who came out tonight and spoke, everyone who sent us emails. I get emotional sometimes when we have these discussions because, as it's been said before, I feel like we've been doing this work for years. One of the reasons I decided to run for the board was because of things my own kids had experienced, and then hearing stories of what your children have experienced. So I hope that we can continue this work, and I hope that the discussion that we had today leads to some action, because I think over and over and again, that's what we're hearing we need. It's not about the words and the policy. I think the policy is fine. It's about what we do now moving forward.
Mr. Fountain?
Nothing further.
Ms. White? Mr. Dorr? Mr. Keenan?
I'm fine, thank you.
Dr. Campley?
I just wanted to, usually I'm so good at holding it together. I want to apologize to the families, because you shouldn't be here tonight feeling that you're not supported and that you're not heard. Every single child deserves to feel accepted. They deserve to feel that sense of belonging that you so kindly shared with us. No student should walk into school and not feel like they can be who they are, to the point that these kids are self-harming. They're taking their lives into their own hands. They're doing drugs. And why? Because they're trying to escape the traumas that they're facing every single day, because they don't feel like they're accepted. That is why this policy is so important. It's not a thing about color. It's not a thing about LGBTQ. It's not white. It is a matter of every single student deserves to be educated in a place where they feel accepted and safe. And we need action. Thank you.
Ms. Mayers?
Thank you. So I am thankful that everybody came out tonight to speak, because I have been struggling with hearing the voice, so to speak, of the task force, and then hearing stories. And I have been very involved for a long time until recently with the education, with the equity and inclusion meetings and initiatives. And I agree with Dr. Campley. Of course, that's our job, that students need to be supported and accepted and be in a mental space so that they can access their education to the best of their ability, of course. So I appreciate and look forward to hearing just some more, I guess, where we go from here. Like Ms. Sadler said, we need an action plan, and I would agree with that. And hearing the stories over the years, those things shouldn't have been happening, and they can be mitigated regardless of whether we have the paper, right, the policy or not. So none of that should be happening. And in fact, I would like to see the workforce diversity portion of the policy embellished a little bit. But again, like to Mrs. Sadler's, I think wise words, we need to look at what is our plan moving forward. So, and I really appreciate, Mr. Willis, you sharing what you did. And I'm sitting here, I was thinking, I would have liked to have had the chance to ask you questions and that just, we didn't have that opportunity. But I appreciate what you shared, and I think going forward, that could also be helpful, since that is, you know, under your leadership. That's where we're trying to move in our district. Thank you.
Dr. Russell?
Thank you.
10.03 is a notice of voice disclaimer. Just note before adjournment, two things: that our meeting is actually Tuesday, not Monday, and the board held an executive session at 6:15 today for the purpose of negotiations and personnel, and that'll roll adjournment. Thank you.